And we just had sex positive out there. Looks like I have, yeah, no, stream better with no sound. Really, Karen? That's your...
In the house.
Had some sound problems there. We're kind of getting back in again. Looks like I still have some problems though with some of the things I'm starting up. Kind of interesting here. Yeah, I've got a problem with one of my one of the bots that I'm starting up here is not starting up. Wait, here we go. It's just taking a long time. See what happens there. Meanwhile, I'm going to go through, since I had to restart, I've got to kind of reload pieces up here. So we're going to do that. There's a Smoothies out there said, I made it to the start of the show. Normally the starts of the show are way better. Yeah, this is moving incredibly slowly and I'm not sure why right here. Is it? Well, I don't know. Maybe it is okay. I'm worried that it's only got 2 different coin collections here. I wonder if we just lost all the coin data out from that location out there. So that's a possibility of something that just happened. Let's continue to go through and refresh the pieces here. Work Tell me what you mean by that. It looks like it's toast is known. I'm not sure about this. I don't think when you said it was paused, how do I unpause it, I guess? I don't understand what's happening here. I'm not seeing any indicator that it's paused. Although it's weird, I am seeing the ability to like move and modify data in here, which is a little bit bizarre to me. Let me know what's going on there. Yeah, all kinds of problems are happening here. Let's see if I can bring up. Yeah, OBS started to connect. Normally I've got a chat window in OBS. That died on the way in here, which means I need to go grab another window to get my chat here. Hold on a second. You'd think for the 300th show we would actually have our act.
Really? 300 times and you can't get it right?
Act together. You okay, honey? You have another room you need to go to? And let's see here. Go over to the Code Rush channel. All right, bringing up the chat right now, kids. The square block, that is weird. You have the console pause. Usually when you see a solid block floating in the console window, it means you started a drag and select and the console is paused. How do I stop it? I guess is my question. So yeah, I've got that. I'm hitting escape and nothing's happening here. Can you turn that down, babe?
Yeah, it's not showing me your current show right now. It's showing me old show.
I should be streaming live. I've got people talking to me as if they're seeing what I see. Yeah, it's like I'm worried about this. Normally we've got a whole list of coins out here. I have a feeling that Surly Dev's going to come on, start to fly, and see he's got no coins. So I'm worried about that. What else do I have here? Hold on. Well, this could be explaining the problem. I've got 2 of these open. Oh no, wait, this is the one I closed. So that one's cool. Normally we've got more data that's showing up here. At least it seems like that's the case. Says active scene coding role. Let's change scene to players. Is it going to tell me that? No, it's not changing it there, but I'm not sure that it did. Let me type in, geez, I can't even type in fix. Yeah, I'm like totally disabled here. All right, let's re-enable me here. Let's go to the channel. Go bring up a chat room. Bring up a chat room. Here we go. Let's see if we can pop this out here. Stream chat. Where's my pop out button here? Down at the bottom. Let's mute that guy. Pop out chat. Now I've got the chat over here. I'll put that in another window. Normally, like I say, that shows up inside OBS, but OBS wasn't doing sound. I had to restart OBS, and then I came back, and then everything went away. Okay. Music really makes that pop, says Mr. Smoopy. Yeah, it's not bad. All right, let's show you where we are. I think we're going to we're getting back up to speed slowly. I don't have control yet of the overlays for the D&D. Let's see if we got music for Code Rush. Yes, it did. It came on, but I shut down. Then I started immediately, and I played it one more time. You want a second fanfare? Oh my God, the woman is so demanding. You want 12 fanfares.
In the house.
All right. Oh, really? I did all of that, and I accidentally clicked on something. Okay, sex positives in the house. All right, so let's go back one more time, get the music back again, and let's initialize over here. Ignore everything you've seen. Pay no attention to what's behind the curtain. Let's see if we get that curtain back up. Sound is low. Fanfares are overpowering. Thank you. Check, 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 check. How's that? That sounds like it. That looks like it's a little bit better. Thanks for that feedback, Deepwater. Appreciate it. Okay, good. All right, let's show you where we left off. Yesterday, we were working on the monsters page over here. One of the things that we were working on was this rectangle. The rectangle has an aspect ratio that matches where we're going to show the monsters picture, which is going to look like this kind of thing. This is the UI that we've got for it right there. And so each monster that we're going to battle is going to show up. I've got Fred here, but it's going to be replaced with the monsters picture. So when I say the aspect ratio matches, we're talking about the aspect ratio right in of this range right there. So what this is allowing me to do is take an image URL, throw on each monster, drag the rectangle around it. We built this cool little pop-up viewer here that shows me what that picture is going to look like, so I can get that monsters picture right correct. And that's it. These images are not stored locally at all. They're all out on the internet. They're all at this point, my understanding is publicly available. So we should be limiting our legal liability there, and that's kind of what we got. So what's cool is we basically got these all the way down here. Next, what I want to do is I want to send those down. I want to send those down. And wait, one thing I got to realize. I think I got to do is I think I may have to restart this because SignalR has not refreshed. The text that you're seeing on screen shows me that SignalR has not made that connection. So let me try one more time, starting that up one more time, because I had to restart the other pieces. I'm going to try clicking initialize player data again, and let's see if that gets rid of the text. And if not, we may have to restart one of the overlays. That did it, though. That's what we wanted. That's what we're looking for. Let's bring this up here. I'm going to show only Fred's nameplate there. That means also if I give Fred a thumbs up, he should give me a thumbs up back. Nice. Okay. So today what we're going to do is we're going to take these images. We're going to build this today. This is going to be in TypeScript. We're going to build it across the stream. So I know someone in the chat room was, it looks like Coding Gorilla right there was saying, did a test close to help us out, but I'm going to bring it back up just to show you just to show you kind of how it's going to go. So there's the main scroll that goes there. So right about here, where I'm waving the mouse around, that's where we're going to start showing the bad guys. So we'll just kind of stack them up here, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way across to about right here where the Dungeon Master's piece starts. So we'll be able to get we calculated about 7 across here, like that. That's what we're going to do. Let me hide that scroll again. And we've set up some SignalR. Let's go look at the code, look at the SignalR for that. I did, by the way, get, you may have noticed we had a problem before where we had tab-to-index reference was not working here. Now if I come in here and I hit tab, it is working. Our devs determined that I needed to reinstall Node.js. It was as if Node.js was not installed. Potentially it's because of the new machine, I think maybe, because maybe it has not worked since I moved to the new machine. I'm not sure. Anyway, we've got that tab-to-index reference working, which is really super good. We'll do the drawing out in this space. We'll do it on the back layer, the back game, the Dragon back game, which is going to be in here, I think, Dragon back game. This is where we're going to draw that piece out. The connection is coming in through game engine connection.ts. This is where SignalR, all the SignalR stuff is routed in through here. It was used before it was defined. Really? So you want to put all these above that? Is that really what you're saying? We got a whole bunch of, since I upgraded to the latest TypeScript, I'm getting a whole bunch of errors that I didn't get before. So if I put this here, all those go away. What's this? It's defined but never used. It's used. Okay, so SignalR comes in, calls connect to SignalR. And the piece I've added is this one, update in-game creatures. So that's the method we're going to call from the C# application. That's going to come down in here. And we're going to check to say, hey, is active back game an instance of Dragon back game? If it is, we're going to call update in-game creatures. This is where we're going to put our code to actually paint them, draw them, animate, do whatever the things we're going to do. So our command data is coming in here. We're going to need to do a JSON parse on that to get it out of that. And I guess we'll start writing that code now. By the way, Rory's not here. Normally we got the co-host Rory. He is not here on Fridays. So it's just Fred and it's me. That's right. We're good though, Fred, right? We're going to write some good code today? Okay. We'll see. I think we're going to write some good code. We need something here. We need to give this a name. I think I actually have a name. I have some data out here in the C# side that I started creating, or at least I was thinking about it. Let's go look at that. In-game creature is what I think I created. In-game creature. So this is, we're going to need to send a list of these down. I'm just tabbing to next reference. What is this? All in-game creatures. Okay. I just want to see where all the references are. Select in-game creature. Okay. All right. We've worked with this before when we cast spells. Yep, that's true. We always have Coding Gorilla as a backup. Coding Gorilla is a most valuable asset out there right now. Hold on a second. Oh, I can't do this. Hold on. Let me get to... I'm just looking. Is Coding Gorilla a moderator? He is a moderator. Okay, excellent. I just want to make sure that is the case. All right, cool. In-game creature. I'm going to keep going. Okay, and we cycle all the way through. So it looks like we don't have the data for the command yet. Let's look at, let me drop a marker here because we're going to come back and work with this in a second. Let's go find Hubtastic base station. And let's go find that new method that we added in here. Well, let's just search for in-game. There it is, update in-game creatures, no calls to it. Okay, so we're wide open. This is the call we need to make. So I'll just put it to you here. Call this to test or to send in-game creatures over SignalR to the game, the TS overlay. Okay, so that's what we're going to need to call. So let's create the structure. Let me jump back to where we were. There it is right there. And let's create something new here. This is in D&D Core. I don't think I need it down in the core. I don't consider this a low-level class. This is a higher-level class. So I'm going to come up here to Hubtastic Base Station, and we'll create this. We're going to call it an in-game command, I think is what I'll call it. So in-game command, like that. It's going to have a property. Actually, it's going to have a new list of those in-game commands. Nope, not in-game commands. In-game creatures. Sorry, hold on. Like that. That's what I want. So it's a new game, and we're going to call this. These are the creatures that are in the game that we want to put the stats on for. It's going to have. So let's make this a property. We'll call this creatures. Good. And then I want to have a property that's of type string. That's going to be my command. So basically, I'm going to send some sort of string command to it, such as add creatures to game, maybe. And then I'll send it the list of creatures, I think. Maybe the command is update. Maybe the command is kill. Copperbeardy's here. Hold on. Copperbeardy's here, but we did not get a fanfare for Copperbeardy. Glad you're here, but let's play your fanfare for goodness sakes. And I'm worried about this. I almost want to restart this here. I'm going to kill this. Is what I'm going to do. I'm worried about that. I'm like, it looks like it may be paused. You might be right. But I'm killing it now. Whoa. When I hit Control C, what did I get? Exception thrown. Process cannot save the file used by another process. Super interesting. Okay, so there was a lot of stuff going on. It did look like it was paused. Let's start that up again. I don't know if I'm going to have a sequencing problem. I usually start these in a very specific order. Oh yeah, that's not good. We lost some coins right there. We're going to have to go to a backup there to recover that. And Copperbeardy, give me another something else in the chat room. Cody Gorilla says my fanfare dominates. Hey y'all, I seem to keep breaking it. I don't know if you are or not, Copperbeardy. Give me one more. Give me something, Copperbeardy. Just give me a hello. See what happens. There we go.
Copperbeardy is in the house.
Hey, Copperbeardy. Welcome, buddy. Fred and I both say hi to you. We say hi. Okay, we've got our in-game command. Welcome. We are in the process of sending some data down through SignalR over into TypeScript so we can draw something that looks kind of cool for all the monsters in the game. We want something to look a little bit like this. We're going to take an image, a URL, and some cropping data, make it fit here. Holy cow, if we can do that, we're going to be geniuses today. We're going to put some other data here that we're going to send across. We're going to make it all look really good like this and put those scrolls across the top of the screen for the bad guys. We figure we'll be able to fit at least 7 of them across there. That's what we're looking for. We want it to be flexible so we don't have to create new SignalR pieces in the future. So I'm going to send this data over. I'm going to give it a command, string variable, and a list of creatures. That's kind of what I'm feeling. That's my in-game command. So in-game command, let's move it to its own class, move type to file. And I kind of want, let's go find in-game inside of here, in-game creatures. I kind of want to change the parameters here. Since we're not doing this I want to come in here and say command, and then I want to say, what is it, in-game creatures. I want to do like a list of those guys right there. This is going to be our creatures. So that's what I want to pass in. I want to pass in both of those to this. Then I want to create a new in-game command like this. And to be honest, I just want to pass these two parameters in there as to it is what I want to do. Like that. And let's come in here. I can get this real quickly with CodeRush just by typing CC and then select all with the spacebar and then enter like that. And it'll just, any variable, any property that is not already initialized will be created for me automatically, and initialization will be there, just using the CC template. So super fast and easy to get that. Coming back over here, in-game command. Let's get my shortcut to create a new piece, like a new variable for that, declare a variable for it. Now I want to do JSON serialization on this thing. JSON, what is it called here? No JSON in here? All right, I got to go find it. There's probably the JSON call I'm looking for is out here. Serialize, I think, is what it is, but I'm just not remembering it. Ah, look at this. JSON convert, that's not over. Look who's there. That wasn't that sneaky. You tried to distract me, but I see you coming. Wicked Blue Ninja, I know your moves. Ha, 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 ha. 300, way to go. Thanks for showing up, Wicked Blue Ninja. It's like a who's who of fanfares today. I just need this code right here. I need to serialize that object. So we're going to come in and say string, command data, JSON convert, in-game command, like that. Let's get the pieces we need. And I think we're good here. Let me take this and close it and build, make sure our code compiles. So here comes the build. Build succeeded. All right, good. Let's go look at the in-game command again, because we need to create this inside of this. We need to create inside of TypeScript. So let's go over to TypeScript. I'm gonna put it right inside of here because it's all in. I don't have the coders feature to move type to file yet, and adding a new file is kind of a big pain in the butt when it's already running. It's like a bunch of clicks. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create the class inside of here. So create a new class here. Let me come in here. We're going to get the name of that. I'm going to comment out those two pieces right here, and everything else I can do that. All right, so the name is going to be this. We're going to have a string property that's a command. What is it, PS? No, wait, I don't need that. It's just VS, because I can just use a local variable as a public property. And then we need I think an array of in-game creatures is what I think this is. So this is going to be creatures. And I forget the syntax. I think it's that. Am I close? An in-game creature we need to create. So we've got our in-game command is that. And then we're going to create a new class called in-game creature. What is this? Just means it hasn't been defined but never used. Okay, give me a break, man. I'm writing it right now. All right, in-game creature. We need to go back over to C#, go to in-game creature, see what that thing looks like. So this one is kind of interesting. This property is not, I want to add a JSignalR here just in case. I don't know if it's going to, because it's got a getter, if it would actually try to serialize that, but we don't want to serialize that. We don't want to take that down. That's way more data than I want. This is the data I want, because this is what I want to display. The name, the kind, the hit points, the index, Maybe one more. Maybe max hit points. Or maybe better, call this health. Let's rename this to, who's using this? Anybody? Good, nobody's using it yet. Okay, so I'm gonna change this to health. I just had a, yeah, Visual Studio is slowing down here a little bit. I hit F2 to rename it. And I started typing. Come on. I bet if I cancel and restart, it'll just find it. I'm hitting cancel, not canceling. Yes, it's an event, Wicked Blue Ninja. Oh, man. Come on, guys. And this is not anything we should have problems with. This is my C# app. There we go. Finally. Wow, what was that? Okay, so we're come back in here. I bet it goes much faster now. F2, yeah. Health. Change it to health. Change the type to a double. Then I'm going to come down here and say... Wait. Here's the clone. I don't think we need the hit points here. Oh, shoot. This was a column. We were loading this up. Hold on. I gotta undo this a second here. Okay. I think I see what's happening. This is for when we bring the character in. I don't want to bring hit points and send it down. I'm going to JSON ignore that too. That's going to be the better approach here. So we'll say JSON ignore on hit points. So whether we're selected or not, so is selected is not all. Yeah, we're also going to do that. But I do want to add one that is targeted, where I do send it down. And we'll add this later. So that the idea is that I want to say I'm going to try and hit this character. There's some indication that that character is targeted. I'm not sure what that is going to be. Maybe it's going to be a reticule on here, maybe right over the picture. That might be a good idea. Something like that. I'm not sure. Something in the Dungeons and Dragons kind of thematic lore of things that look like that. I want to target up here on that. Implement this. Okay, so that's coming. And I need to have its overall sense of health. And it's going to be, I think, a read-only double. And we'll call this health. And I'm going to say we're going to return the creatures dot hit points divided by the creature's max hit points. And I think I need to say hit points plus the temp hit points. Like that. Divided by max. So this is going to give me some overall percentage between 0 and potentially something greater than 1. And I'm hoping that's all I need to serialize this. That should serialize. Okay, now I've got the properties I want. Is targeted, and I think that's it. We don't want creature. We don't. Is selected is used locally for the UI. I just need those pieces. So now I'm going to take those, come over here, and we're going to just start creating properties with the same names. So SignalR can get them across here. VS. That. Another VS here. No hit points. The index for sure we're bringing over. So VN for number, variable type number, and then health also a number. I can duplicate the line and just paste a faster way to do it. And then is target is a Boolean. VB space, or paste rather. Okay. So that's my in-game creature. I've got an array of creatures. I've got a command. I've got an in-game command that's coming in. And now we want to deserialize it here. So we're going to call JSON parse in-game command. And now I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say console log, send it out. So we can see it, make sure all the data is coming across. Now we need to send it. So I think to send it, I'm going to create just a test button right now to send that data over. I'm thinking about a lot of stuff right now. Thinking about what's the best way to do this. Let's do this. Let's go into the designer. I've got a test tab here, pretty sure. Here we go. It's this one out over here. Create a new button out here, call it button test in-game creatures. Test in-game creatures. All right, next, I should be able to load up let's do one more thing over here. Just to show we're using the latest version. Here's my dragon back game. Let's try to find it. There's a constructor right here. Let's just come in here and just do a console log. Just say latest with test for in-game creatures. What's going on? Why am I a super call? Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, now we should be able to start up a new instance of Google Chrome and go out there and just type in the URL for this. Dragging back overlay, I think it's just the main index. That means if we right click this and say inspect, we should see, there it is right there. Latest with tests for in-game creatures. So we're loading the latest, that source code we've just changed. Okay. That means now if we take our D&D app and we run it, we click that test button, with edit and continue, we can write the code to send some creatures down there and then hopefully see them in the console log. That's where we're going with this. Look at Coding Gorilla, intelligently knowing he was going to get a second fanfare. He might get a second fanfare because we restarted, putting the open bracket there. All right, let's go over here. Do I have a breakpoint? Looks like I don't. Let's add the breakpoint. All right, here comes the breakpoint. All right, so edit and continue. Let me type in test close out here into the chat room. So we get rid of that. Okay, so, somewhere in here, I've got this, request select target. I think I want to extract this into its own method. And I'm going to say, call this select in-game targets. That's what I'm going to call that. And now I can use this from down here to bring the UI up. What are my parameters on this thing? Player, allow self, and target. And I think select in-game targets will create a new target variable if it's null. Why can it not find that? Is it syntactically wrong? It was syntactically wrong. Okay. Yeah, we build it there. Okay. Are we using EA player in here at all? We're not. So I think we're okay. We don't need to actually initialize the player field there. We're just going to do this. And then from that, we're going to get the target. And then target is going to have creatures, a bunch of in-game creatures. And I think it also has player IDs. So it can have both of those. I'm going to ignore player IDs and just go with creatures. That's what I'm going to do. So then what I want to do is loop through that. Oh, thank you. You done?
Yeah.
Had my son do some measurements outside there. Looks good. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hey, by the way, I love the use of the pen. It's easier to read than the. You ran out.
Not working with this.
No, I totally get that. No, but it looks good. Holy cow! What's on the back? Oh, you're doing all your conversion, all the conversion math from inches to centimeters. All right, good job. And it looks backwards to you guys because I got everything flipped here. Okay, so we've got that. Now we also need to create our end result here. We need to get a new in-game creature. We need a new list of these, I think is what we need. So new list of those, what's on the clipboard. In-game creatures. There we go. We'll call it that. And then we're just going to, actually, I can probably just do this. This dot add range. And pass in that. No? You don't like it? What's this creatures list? What's my problem? Oh, it needs to be an in-game creature. Okay, hold on. Because it's not, I get it. Okay. All right, so we're going to say, interesting, yeah. Okay, so all those in-game creatures, what's going on here? Ah, I see what's happening. It's not quite what I want. Hold on. I think we can refactor this though. We're already getting a list of in-game creatures here. It's there. And then we're just checking to see if it's selected and adding it. Since we're calling the UI and the UI is selecting these, well, yeah, I don't know. We want to know if it's true or not. I think what I'm going to do, yeah, that's interesting. This is interesting. I think I'm going to change the, I don't think I'm going to call it. I think I'm going to change the code up here a little bit. There's some similarity here, but I'm going to change it up. I'm not going to create a new target piece in there. We'll get set data sources here. The players, I almost want to say this is null. I don't know what's going to happen if I do null. I think it's going to be okay if I do a null there. We'll show the dialogue. All in-game creatures. Then I think it's something along these lines. It's going to say we're going to want to go to the Hubtastic base station. What is it? Update in-game creatures. We're going to send it a command like test command. And then we're going to pass in, we go to all creatures because we've got the selected property. And I think I can come in here and say where x equals is selected. And then maybe a to list on that. That's what I think it looks like. So maybe a little easier. So we just have to show the dialogue. What the dialogue does is it goes and it takes that is selected, clears it for all of those, and then for all the in-game creatures, and then we just go through and see which ones are selected and send it. I think we might also want to say, hey, if not creatures dot, what is it, has any? Any? There it is. If we don't have any, then we're going to return. That's what I think it is. All right, so let's try it. Step. I'm going to set a breakpoint here and hit run. Where's my UI? Doesn't like players being null. I thought it would work, but it didn't. That's okay. We can say if not null. There we go. And let's come back up here. So the item source is just null. And here's the UI. Right there. So selecting the game creature. We have no players, but we have Pudding, Rory, and Mark to select from. Let's go and select them all. I'm going to click OK. We should get our breakpoint. We should get something selected. Good. Jumping in here, I'm going to step inside. Clear all this. Let's go to update in-game creatures. Here we go. We got 3 creatures. There they are. One is the Pudding, whose kind is black pudding. He's got hit points 88. Hey, okay, but I'm not going to send that over. What's the health? Uh-oh, health. No ref exception on health. Function requires evaluation, requires all threads to run. Oh, and this is, I think this is getting the null ref here, but I bet if I refreshed it, would that work? Would that get me? I think this is going to work. I just think this is a debugging problem here. Let's see what happens when we serialize down here. No, what is it? Creature's null. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Creature's null. I want to set a breakpoint here. Let's set the next statement back to the beginning of this line. All right, here we go. Why can't we do all monsters get? Why isn't that working? That's coming back with null. Let's jump in here. Name starts with it. Ah, this is going to be the monster kind. Let me stop this a second because I want to rename this parameter. Monster kind right here. Let's change this to get by kind. So we're very clearly getting the kind. We're not going to say name starts with it. We're going to say kind starts with it. Let's tab to next reference, see where we're using it. Good, 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 good. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Get by kind, request selected monster. Yeah, this one's also good. That's all good. It's all perfect. We don't have to worry about names at all. It looks like just by kind. So that was the problem. Let's restart. Initialize player data. Test in-game creatures. Here's the UI. The UI is not showing up on the right screen. I'd like to fix that. I'm going to select all three of these again. Click OK. Now, let's see. Get by kind. We got something real. Okay, good. And then we're going to just assign the name and the hit points across the creature. This should all now work. Although it's occurring to me I have a potential divide by zero issue, and it looks like that all worked. Let's go. I don't recall, did I actually send it across? Let's come down over here. Oh yeah, it looks like I sent it across. Look at that, kids. That's what we're looking for. Why is health so big for the gold dragon wormling? Oh, I know why. Because I gave it hit points way bigger than its max hit points. That's what's going on. That's a possibility. The reason it is let's go to, let's bring this up, go to, where is it? In-game creatures is down over here. Yeah, I've got, this is my problem right here. So let's take all of that out, hit points. Let's take hit points out here, and let's take hit points out here. Let's change the code so we just go with their max hit points if hit points is non-zero. This is an int. What is? Are we going to be smart enough to initialize that to a 0 if it's an empty field? I think we are. I think our code to read from the Google Sheets will do that. So what I want to do here, but should I be able to, yeah, if it's non-zero, because there's no way I don't think I would ever, that's kind of what I want to do. For that. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. For now, let's run it and see if we have any problems with that. Meanwhile, let's also go over into overlays, and now that we've got our data in our Dragon Back game, it's coming in here. We've got the data coming down. It looks good. Let's initialize player data. Click on test. Click test in-game creatures again. Do I have a breakpoint? Well, actually, I don't need it. I think I've got the this up still. Although I'm not seeing a new one here. Hold on. Oh, the UI is up. Sorry, UI is up over here. Let's bring it back up here. 1, 2, 3. Click OK. Hit points is 0. Okay, so I think we're good. So the hit points will only, the change I made is such that the hit points are only going to be used for that particular in-game creature if they're specified here. Otherwise, it's going to go with max. And so now what that means is if we come in over here and we look at this, these should all be at 1. Health should be at 1 for all these creatures. There it is. Health is 1 for those. Okay, we've got is targeted coming down. We got index coming down. I'm loving it, loving it, loving it. The index is going to show up right here, and it's going to tell the Dungeon Master which button to press. Hey, this is serious time right now, Pudding. This is serious, Pudding! Pudding! This is not at all fair. Pudding! I'm going to dump all over your show, buddy. And Pyrocat's here. How'd Pyrocat get in without a fanfare? It is fair too. What do you mean? I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know what I said. Sometimes the words come out and they don't make sense. All right, let's start painting down in here. Let's write some TypeScript. Welcome, Pyrocat. I'm wondering if yours didn't play. Yeah, didn't play because Puddings was playing. There's Pyrocat. Right there. Get him. Get him. This guy too. Get that guy. Get him. Don't ever let anyone sneak up behind you, Pyrocat. That's what I'm talking about. Like that. I just noticed I look a little bit like a Muppet when I'm doing that. I hope you're feeling as fantastic as this fanfare is, says Pyrocat. Yeah, we're feeling good now that you're here. We're going to try and write some code, see if we can do some TypeScript. I haven't done TypeScript in like 6 weeks, I think. So we're going to go dip back in that. The cool thing is, though, we have the data coming down. As much as I dislike cats, this fanfare never fails to entertain me, says Pudding. Good. Good. Yeah, no, it was super fun. When I found the footage of the cat looking around like that, I was like, ooh, I think I can make this work. Just had to painstakingly remove all the grass behind over the head to make all that work. All right, so this is the data we're going to show. What's this? What is that? Oh, okay. So that's the data we're going to show. It's coming down. It feels good to me. We've got the data we want. All right, let's see what we want to do here. I'm going to say... if dot, maybe we'll do this. I almost want to create I want to start dividing up work, putting things in other methods. And so what I think I want to do, I almost want to just do something simple like this, where I want to call another method that says process in-game creature command, like that. I just want to kind of get out of here, get away from this JSON parse. That's kind of what I want to do. Let's see if we can declare that. There's no control dot to declare that here. Why not? Did I just think that was here? No, that's been here before. I'm not sure why that's not there. Wicked Blue Ninja says, and I missed it. Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. VS is going to be the command, and then this is going to be variable a dot of in-game creatures, I think is what these are. That's the type we created. It was an in-game command of in-game creature. That's what it is, like that. Am I doing this wrong? No, wait, what's going on here? Just never used? Okay, that's not helpful right now. It's only distracting. This one is weird. This is kind of goes against my intuition of what I should do. In other words, it's use constant set. All right, let's play with it. We're going to go with it. But I've also seen it like here. And sometimes I might be changing a property on this thing. And so it's weird for me to say, well, let's make it a constant when I'm actually going to change it. Here I'm not doing that, but in other places I've seen that error. This is like a new hint here. But we'll try it and see if it goes, if it grows on me here. Yeah, I'm a dog person too. I love Huskies as well, Pudding. That's like my one dog. I've never had a Husky, but holy cow, that's a gorgeous dog. I don't hate cats. I'd just rather avoid them. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, that's a TS best practice if you never reassign the variable. Yeah, so the disconnect I have with the suggestion is if the variable has properties and I reassign the properties, I'm trying to find an example of that. Well, in that case, then I don't really want to use const. It's not really, because it kind of makes it look like this thing is not mutating, but its properties are mutating. So I would argue it actually makes the code harder to read. I'm just not finding any clear examples of it here as I'm scrolling up, though. So, but you know what? I'm okay. I'm okay with, I think a lot of these are good, though. So I'm going to go ahead and make some of these changes as we go through and see them. Is this it? Player health. Is this an example? No, we're just sending the pieces over. All right. But I'm not a fan of the squiggly lines, though. So I'll do that. I used to live in Alaska, and guy had a husky farm. Wow. Floofs. I like the way Pudding talks, by the way. Pudding's got great names for everything. You can turn that stuff off on the TS-lint JSON file. Where is that located, Coding Gorilla? Is that going to be in my project? If I were to come in here and type in TS-lint? Pudding, my level has been downgraded. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that starting up here. We lost some stuff here. Let's see if I can I upgrade your levels? Ugh. Yeah, for Pudding. Usually your project, you might not have one though. You might need to create one. Okay. Got a couple things going on here. The levels got downgraded. We lost the data from before. I have a backup of it. It's on my Dropbox folder, but I don't know if recovering it, I have to recover and restart. I'm not sure I want to do that. I'll just farm coins like Surly, I guess. No, I'll get you back. I'll get it back after the show. I just think I'm not going to do it now. I just think doing it now is going to take it's going to be a distraction for 5 or 10 minutes, and I don't want to do it. If you guys disagree with that and want me to do it, by all means, let me know, and I'm happy to do that if that's what we're going to do. What's going on here? Oh, it needs a this. Yeah, okay. So that gets me here. Is that why I couldn't declare it? Can I do it now with Control Dot? There it is. That's what I was hoping for. Okay, cool. Okay. All right. All right, so now we want to figure out what the command is. What's the command that I send from up here? The command is test command. All right. I guess we'll run with that for now. I'm going to change it to add. Command is add. Then I'm going to say add in-game creatures. And I'm going to pass the in-game creatures. Like that. And I think that's all the code I'm going to write for now. We can anticipate what the other pieces are going to be later. We'll do that for now. So we're going to say add in-game creatures. And I think at this point, so the idea is we're going to add them to an internal list that we are going to then maintain. And then draw and paint. And I kind of think the add is not actually maybe an add. Maybe it is a set. And then what we're going to do is we're going to probably do something like this. This dot in-game creatures is equal to in-game creatures. Like that. Then I'm going to declare in-game creatures like this. I kind of like the array declaration instead. I think I'm going to do that. Okay. Oops, extra. Okay. So that's going to just add them there. Looks like I need a third equal sign there. Good. We need constant here. I'm going to just go change these as I see them as we go through. I'll clean up the code. It's going to make me happy to get rid of those. Planet7 says, hi, I'm 13 years old. I know C++, Java, JavaScript, C#. I made an exact clone of Google and Amazon. Hacked into Pentagon when I was 7. Yeah, you're such an underachiever, buddy. Man, everybody here on the show hacked in when they were 5. So my question is, should I go to high school or focus on my world domination plan? Always your world domination plan. You got 2 years to make up, man. We all hacked in at 5. Pentagon. No, I would definitely focus on your world domination plan, for sure. What else? Questions go to high school. I built the Pentagon when I was 4.75 years old. Yeah, there you go. Cody Gorilla did that. Yep. He built the Pentagon, man. We detected your break-in when we were 2 years old, man. Yeah, Planet 7. That's a great question. I would say if you're in the United States, I would not go to high school at all. I have to catch up then. I'm going to go off stream and start doing something with my life then. Oh, man. All right. Well, you got to do it, Planet 7. Go do something with your life. Yeah, Smoofy was inside the womb was doing it. He actually had pretty good internet in there. Pretty good Wi-Fi. Before we get too bad here, we remind everybody this is a show for everybody, family, kids, and everything like that. So I will not be, I may not read all the words that I see showing up in the chat room. Pudding says did it in his previous life. Back before there was even internet, he did it. What's I going to say? Oh, yeah, serious question. I'll tell you the Pentagon, I would, actually, it reminds me. I actually had a friend in middle school, just going into high school. We just went, so he's like, he was just going into, so he's probably about the same age, about 13, 14, who was contacted by the Pentagon for an encryption algorithm that he wrote at the time. And it was interesting at the time. He was in discussions with them about that. And to which I remember thinking at the time, I was thinking, it is not hard to make really, really difficult to crack encryption. So I was kind of like thinking, what's the big deal? I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but whatever. That was also possibly my complete ignorance on the topic too, right? Planet 7, damn, that's impressive. Planet, I don't think you're 13, man. You're writing like a full-on, I can't think of any other word, but ass-kicking, kid who is can take on the world. I say you take on the world is what I say you do. If you're able to self-teach, and especially if you're in a place where COVID is out there, I would avoid public schools, and I would drive the self-teaching aspect of it completely. I would take it on completely. That's what I would do. Coding growth, direct connection to the brain, no need for keyboard. I actually want that. I want the direct connection to the brain. My wife won't let me go to get the operation though. I actually reached out to a researcher in who was doing the direct brain connections, reached out and said, hey, I'm not paraplegic, but I want one of these. And then I talked to Richard Campbell about it. Richard Campbell's like, you do not want to put holes in your skull. It actually needs to be intact to solve a whole bunch of problems that you'd otherwise have if you had a hole in the top of your skull. So, yeah, Smoothie says, I'm all self-taught, so go for it. Yeah, I think a lot of people out here are self-taught. I say go for it, go for it, go for it, right? Especially if you have support from, family or, other kinds of sources. If you got a support network, I would run that thing so hard into the ground. I would take on whatever you want, do it, learn it. I would do all those things. Yeah. We're proud of you, Planet 7. I always feel like I'm getting trapped. I'm getting led down a path to the spam bot or something like that. I'm a horrible person. You're not a horrible person. Wait, I actually only took classes to boost my ego by beating CS students. Oh yeah, I used to do that too. And then I started changing up my theory on that sometime over the course of time, where I was like, hey, it's not about the milestones, whether you beat somebody or not. It is about your choices that you make along the way. And that's what I'm trying to teach my kids too. So, same thing. Look, if you get a thrill out about learning and discovering things, go for it. You know what you might want to do too, Planet 7? You might want to start your own live coding stream if you're not doing it yet, and apply to be a members of the Live Coders team. Because I think a lot of people would love to see a kid out here writing code. So that would be a good idea. So Smoofy, you only need to succeed once. You're good though, Pudding. Would inspire other kids. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah, right. You have a passion for learning this. You must. I saw the list of what you know. Right. You got a passion for exploring. I would, by all means, go out here and do it. Think about it. Consider it. We would totally welcome you, I think. What am I doing here? I'm in TypeScript. I need to draw. So I'm going to add these in-game creatures. Now I need to go find where I'm updating or trying or whatever's going on in here. So these are my in-game creature commands. I'm going to set a comment here. In-game creature commands, like this. So I'll kind of set it off a bit with this, like a line like that. Can I change the color of that? Oh, cool. All right. So on a serious note, I'm self-teaching, started with Java, learned up to OOP, including it. Then went to SQL, learned the basics. Now I started with Unity. I want to make my own game. Nice. Yeah, you know, I actually think, for me, I actually get incredibly satisfied by learning things, by self-teaching. And I've been doing that this whole year, right? Doing that in part for this show, things like that, but also like applications. Like I've been spending time learning Adobe After Effects, for example, to do special effects and things like that. And I've found, which is somewhat related to game design, right? Because some of the effects that we do on the show are created with that. So yeah, when players collide with an object, push animation turns on and pushes box. Wait, what's a good tutorial for pushable boxes? Is the question. Minecraft is a suggestion. Sort of other special windows and burning buildings. Oh, okay. I think coding gorilla means in real life. Suggest Minecraft, but they do the same thing there. Skip Java if you want to write on the JVM. Go Kotlin. There was a question though. When Keen Vertus is asking, when a player collides with an object, push animation turns on and pushes the box. I think you don't want to do that. I think what you want to do is a physics engine, I think. And the physics engine can give you events like collisions, but the physics engine can also calculate what happens when, you know, a player hits the box and make the box move naturally. So I would run a physics engine. We're actually doing it using a physics engine here for our dice rolling engine, which I think I can demonstrate here. Let me cast a spell. Here comes Chaos Bolt at level 4. I'll roll the attack. You'll see the dice come out. Here's, speaking of the effects, this is built, I think, in After Effects right here. This thing, notice it's an animation that wraps around me, right? Kind of cool. Here comes the die roll. You'll see the physics engine calculating the collisions. There it is right there. Chaos Bolt.
That is a hit.
So all of that, code does all of that, and the collision detection and all of that, including the sound effects when we roll the dice. Let me just throw out like 22 D12s. A second here. I'm going to throw out 22 D12s with fire damage. And listen to all the clicking sounds of the dice as they're rolling around. I should probably do it without the sound effects here. Let's do it without the sound of let's do it again. 22 D12s, just regular dice. Sounds realistic, and those are actually sound effects of dice dropped from different heights, and we check the speed and velocity of the collision and play the right sound each time. So it sounds real. It looks kind of real. So rigid body. Planet 7 says that's pretty cool. Yeah, we're trying for pretty cool. That's what we're trying for. We're creating the special effects for another show, which is out there, twitch.tv/dragonhumpers. Give us a follow out there if you like Dungeons and Dragons. The special effects on this show are all, and the logic, the D&D game logic, all of that is all coming from the work we've done, here, and it's all done in TypeScript and C#. Let me hide the scroll. Okay, so back over here, I've now got this in-game creatures that are going to it's going to have something in it or not. And now I want to go find our update where we're going to draw things. Got some emitters in here, particle emitters that we built a long time ago, over a year ago. Here's the update. Called from draw game. And you can see it's just kind of all over here. So I'm going to say, yeah, update. Let's go back to update map game. We're going around a bunch of different games here. There's Dragon Back game right there. Update. It's interesting. There's not much going on here in the update. And I think the reason for that is because we've already got the sprites already built up and wrapped into the engine. We could theoretically do the exact same thing. Let's do that. Let's do, no, actually we can't entirely do that. We need to actually, because we're going to need to draw the text on top of it. So let me go find back where we were. Here. I want to call this dot update in-game players. Pass it the timestamp. Let's declare that. Let's go down here. Put it maybe here. And now we want to just iterate through all of these guys. Needed this in here. It's really interesting. We're not actually, where's our context? How are we getting the context in here? What's going on in update gravity? That's just that. We don't need to worry about that. Oh wait, look, here's the update screen right here. That's what where I really want to be. There's the context. That's what I want. Okay. So we'll update the in-game players. It's now a different parameter. It's called now milliseconds and context. Like that. What's my problem here? Define number of users. I really don't want that till I leave the method or something like that. Empty block statement. Yeah, okay, I got that. I'm writing code. Let's load up the resource. So I've got the resources here. These are the two resources. Let me open that one and I'll open the other one. So there's this one. So it's got the background for the picture that's going to go here. It's got this background for the text. And then this piece right here. This piece goes right here. Well, not right there, but it goes right here on top of whatever the image is that we draw there. So the whole thing is going to look like it's going to look like it's in the shadow. It's just a little shadow piece there. So I take it away. There you can see what it looks like. I'm going to make it so it looks like it fits there. That's all that's going on there with the shadow. Okay. That's the little shadow piece. So we need to load this up. Let's go find some sprites, some code where I'm loading the sprites up. Well, I don't know. I can go find that. All right. This is load resources. And so we're going to call this, these are going to be the in-game background. In-game background. And that's going to load up from, what's my folder here? Scroll, in-game creatures. There's only one image in it. Doesn't matter my frame rate because there's only one. It's static for sure. Name is not important as well. And my origin is going to be 0 and 0. So that's kind of like the anchor point there. That's what's going on there. Let's move this down. I almost think I don't need any of these because I think that origin's already going to default to 0 and 0. So now I just need to declare this. There it is right there. In-game background is declared. Next, I think what I can do is this. I can say this dot sprites, sorry, this dot in-game background dot sprites. Whoops. I think I can just do this to clear out all the existing sprites. Then I can come in here and say dot add. And we're going to say, where am I going to put it? This is going to be my X. That's going to be my Y. My Y is going to be 0. The frame index is going to be 0, but that's going to default to 0. I just need that. That's my code, I think. Let's create an ln. Let number X, we'll set that equal 2. And now we got to get it off to the side there. Maybe the fastest way to find that is to look at the scroll back. Look at how wide that is. It's 370 pixels wide. So maybe about 375 is where we're going to start this. So I'll come in here. We'll create a new constant. We're going to say left margin is equal to 375. So that's where we're going to start it. We need to figure out the width of our guy. Our guy is about 180 wide. So we'll create another constant, and I'll call this mini scroll width is equal to about, what did I say, 180, I think? So we'll start stacking those across is what we'll do. So X is going to be equal to left margin. And then we're going to say X plus equals. Yeah, I'm not a fan of all of those squiggly underlines while I'm writing the method. If I'm actively writing, I'd like to wait until I pause before I see them, and they should fade in slowly. Mini scroll width. What's my problem here? Number trivially inferred from a number literal, remove the type annotation. Okay. All right. So this code, actually, this code would go into add. Hold on. Set in-game creatures. This would add all the backgrounds to it. Those backgrounds would be drawn. I think what we need to do is we would need to say in here, we would explicitly say to draw them here. Why don't I see a draw here? Oh wait, it's not in-game creatures, it is in-game background. Draw takes context and a now. So this at the very least should show us 3 backgrounds. Let's run it and see if it works. I think we can test it out over here. Instead of testing on the stream, what's this? I'm going to come back later for this. Let's refresh. Got a problem with this. Whoops. Dragon H scroll. Did I miss a folder? In-game creatures / whoops, parchment background. That's what I'm looking for right there. Let's do it again. Not there. Here. parchment background. In-game creatures parchment background. Better. So we're just going to draw it here and update in-game players. Let's rename this to in-game creatures. All right, let's refresh. Should get rid of that error. Good, it's gone. Latest with test. Latest with test. Let's get rid of that for now as well. Okay, that's gone. Let's send over. Let's come over here. Let's initialize player data. Plan 7 says, I love the attention to detail that went into it. Yeah, that's what I'm bringing to the table here. All right, attention to detail. So let's see what we got. I think I did all the initialization I need. Let's click on the test button. Not seeing anything. We missed it. We did get that. We got that. Why are we not seeing that coming across? Oh, wait, what's this? What is happening here? Is that like old? Oh, I think I know what's going on here. All right, so this one, the one with context, we want to change to draw in-game creatures. There we go. Better. All right, let's refresh again. That could be the difference. What's going on here? Oh, I've got this UI up. All right, one more time. We're good. All right, here we go. UI's up. I'm clicking the 3 check boxes. Okay. Now what do we got over here? Anything? Nothing. Okay. Do I want to set a... Oh, well, we're not sending the set command. That's also important. Let's go figure that out. This is where I want to set a breakpoint here. One more time. Select those 3 in-game creatures. Change this to set. Set.
Genescu 7, where are you? We need your help! Oh yeah, alright.
And you can't see it, but it worked. Genescu 7.
Here, too, I have.
Hey, Yoda! Yoda! That was on a peaceful mission! Aliens are never understood. All right, and there you go. Look behind. It's working! That's awesome! Yeah, Genescu 7, where are you? That's awesome. All right. Yeah, it's awesome. Step 1, we are nailing step 1. Those are our 3 characters that we selected, which means now let's try this here. We come in here again and we test one more time. And this time I'm only going to pick 2 creatures. 1, 2, click OK. We should see that update. That's what I'm talking about. All right, cool. Next we got to draw things on them. That's what we have to do next. Okay, so let's figure out the drawing. Yeah, I'm sorry, Coding Gorilla. I'm sorry, Coding Gorilla wants to do party. I'm going to give you a party myself. I'm going to have to do that. Everybody got reset in terms of levels. I will fix that after the show. It's something that happened along the way. My bad. Party. There's your party. There's your party. Oh, I know you're dancing along. I know. I'm dancing like you're dancing along. You guys better be dancing with me. Points to sky. We're celebrating this one for you, Rory. That's right. Rory's not here with us. I'm going to pour a little bit of my drink out on the ground here. Test smoke. Okay, so good. Let's draw some text next. Well, should we get the picture? I'm not sending the image URL down. I need to fix that. Let's close this down. Pretty sure I'm not sending the image URL. I need the image URL. I need I need more stuff. So we're going to say image URL like this. And I think we may only need a getter on this. Let's say return creature dot image. Do I have an image URL? I think I got to do this. If creature is monster, then return monster dot image URL. Okay. Otherwise, I'm going to say return string dot empty, like that. That's my image URL. I want to JSON serialize that. That means now that I've added this line in C#, I've got to go over into TypeScript. Go to my in-game creature. We're going to add the image URL. Okay. So JSON can communicate that across. I also need my cropping information. I need 3 pieces of it. I think I'm going to do it in the same way as this. I'm going to come in here. We're going to change this to a double. I need my X. We call this crop X, like this. And here we're going to return my image crop info.x. Like that. Otherwise, we're going to say 0. There's my crop X. I'm going to duplicate that. Get me a crop Y. Like that. And otherwise, return 0. Duplicate one more time and give me a crop width. Like that. And I think instead of returning 0, I'm going to say 104. Because that's my default. In fact, actually, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say, what is it? Picture crop info dot min width 104. That's what I'm going to do. That gets me that magic 104 I'm sending down. Let's go jump into that. These two numbers are magic. They're like, when I say magic, they're like constants and they need to be in both places. So that means I'm going to come in here, and I guess I'll come in here and create a constant number. What do I want? I want min width is equal to 104. Maybe we're just going to call this image width and image height. Equal to 90. Right there. Yeah. Rory's spirit guides us wherever we go, and Rory we trust. For folks who don't know what we're talking about, Rory's the co-host on the show. He does not show up on Fridays, but we'll see him next week. See him on Tuesday. All right. So now I've got the image URL. I've got the image width, the height. I need also to grab the... not crop info. Where were we? I need to get the crop X, crop Y, and crop width. That's what I need. So let's take this, come over here. We're going to say crop width. Will give me an X and a Y. Like that. Crop X, crop Y, crop width. We can calculate the height based on knowing the ratio between the two. So we'll be able to figure that out. So let's first do something simple here. In the draw, this draws the background. The next thing I want to do is let's just draw some text on here. So I think I'm going to go like this. I think I want a constant here. I don't want this here. I think I want it here. And I gotta say read only here. Let's call this mini scroll left margin since we're out here now. Okay, so now I want some code that is similar to this a little bit inside my draw. This is where we're going to draw the actual piece for each one. So we're going to say, we're going to get to the X and the Y for it here. And we're going to call this dot draw in game creature. We're going to pass in the context. Do I need the time? I don't think I'm going to need the time, but I pass it in almost everywhere. We need to pass in the creature. Like that. We need the X position, the Y position. And I think that's it. That's what we need. Cool. Let's go build that. Wait, no. That's not what I wanted to do. Did you think I wanted to rename that? I don't have I can't. Really? You're not going to give me a declare method on that? All right, fine. Let's get those parameters. We need the context. We need an in-game creature. We need an X and a Y. Is that it? I think that's it. Okay, cool. So now let's just try to draw the name of the character out there somewhere close by, and then we'll get it. We'll move the positioning, get the font right, and do all of that stuff. But we're just trying to get some text out here for now. So I'm going to say context dot draw. What is it? Text? Fill text. We're going to say in-game creature dot name. And we're going to say X and Y. Let's get it kind of try to rough out exactly generally where we want to put that. I'm going to call it, if we're starting with the upper left, right here, which is about 16 over and 135 down. So I'm going to say 16 and 135. In fact, I'm going to create two constants for both of those. So we're going to say name offset X is equals 16, and name offset, hold on, stop replacing that, name offset Y is 135, and then we're going to use both of those in here. Context dot fill style is equal to, we'll make it the text white. Gotta get in the hang of using single quotes here again. Right, so there's my fill style. What is it? Alignment. Text align is equal to left. And what is it? Text baseline is equal to top. I think that's the code we need. Well, we got to say X plus and Y plus this. That might do it. Let's refresh. Okay, I don't even think I need to initialize. I think I can just go from the app. Oh, it's not running. Let's go start it up. We did 300 shows, kids. That's not bad. Look who's here. Follow Codebase Alpha if you're not doing that already. I always like watching Mark try to dance. I'm not trying to dance. This is real stuff, man. These are some serious moves. Fine. I'll initialize player data. First day of vacation tomorrow. Had lots of work to finish. Well, good job. Yeah. This is my vacation. Hanging out with you guys. Writing some code. Making stuff work. Okay, let's hide the scroll. Click the test button. These are my creatures right here. Pudding, Rory, and Mark. Click OK. That's not good. What creature? Black pudding? Doesn't have any crop info? Am I setting it? Hold on. From the DTO. Oh, you know what's happening? It's not coming across in the clone. Here's the clone. It's not coming across in the clone. I bet that's my problem. All right, let's, I guess, just return 0 here. We're going to do the same thing here. We're going to run into this, like, what, 12 times? Let's just restart. Run it. Let's just double check that I was right in that assumption. I want to make sure there's no others. Yep, that was a problem, I think. Not cloning it. Uh-oh, what's my build error? That's weird. We're going to have to restart Visual Studio. Let's try building one more time without just running. Build succeeded. Okay. What is vacation? That's Coding Gorilla. That's what I used to say. Yeah, in Europe, all my coding colleagues used to take holidays to a degree that I thought was ridiculous. And then I got a wife and kids, and it turns out it's not ridiculous anymore. Hide that. Go to test. In test in-game creatures. Yep, holiday or annual leave. All right, click OK. Whoa, look at that. What's this? Failed okay, didn't I got to interact. It just sounds are coming out. That's pretty good. We got to make sure that we don't overwrite this, right? That is important. We need to measure the length of that. So we need to, let's fix pudding first so that pudding fits in nicely. So whatever the name is, we just make it fit. Okay, so step one is going to be fixing pudding. But in general, I'm pretty happy with this. Maybe we move over just a little bit. Just start this T a little bit further over here. Somewhere in that space. Can I hold the shift key down to get a straight line? Yeah, it looks like I can. Yeah, that's all I want to do. Make that T start a little bit further over and change the font size so it fits. Let's figure out how much space we have to deal with. Back in our image editor, we're going to go from here to about there. And I'm going to copy that and paste it and then see what my image dimensions are on it. It's 135 across. Cool. Good to know. All right, so back in here, we're going to create a new constant called stat width. Set that equal to 135. Also, coincidentally, the same as the name offset y. Hey, Fred's no monstrosity. Somebody talking to Fred? I don't know why you're talking to Fred like that. Weird. Yeah, Fred's just like, yeah, hey, everybody. Fred is no monstrosity. Okay, so that's my stat width right there. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're saying. You're saying this. You're right. That's right. Isn't that right, Fred? Yeah, he's not sure. You're right. He's not a monstrosity. I just added that in. This is sample data. Everybody calm down. It's sample data. Stat width, 135. So now what I want to do is I want to check the font size on this. You know, we didn't even set the font on this. What font are we using? Let's go over to character stat scroll. This is where we're drawing all the, so we can find a reference to font, fill style. Font. I should really be looking at font, not this. Font. Spell name, font height. No, no, no. Font. I'm looking for font. Calibri. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm using Calibri. Okay. So let's come back over here. Let's create a new number called our font height. And set it equal to our desired font height, which is going to be about what this is. It's actually going to go from about here to where the descenders would be. So about there. I'm just going to do the same thing, paste it in, and check out what its dimensions are. 31 pixels tall. So we're going to say the font height is equal to 31. And then we're going to say the font name is equal to Calibri, like that. And then we're going to say the font is equal to, let's do an interpolated string. And so we're going to say the font height, px, followed by the font name. All right, there's my font. All right, this is I take it you're saying it's a literal, so it's easy. We don't need to do that. Okay, and you're telling me here it should be constant. Okay. Well, no, that one's actually not. This one is. I'll say that's constant. All right, now we're at font height, and now we need to modify this if it's too big. So we need to do a context.measure text measure text of the name. Any parameters? Nope. Get the width of that. And I want to say something like this. While the measure text of that is greater than my stat width, do font height, drop it down by 1. And I guess I should say, well, let's do some sort of min here. So we'll say and font height font height is greater than 8. So allow it to go down to 8. And now I think if we get to this point, let's do this too. Let's create a variable called name, and we're going to set that equal to in-game creature.name. I'm going to modify this too as well if things get out of hand. So I'm going to say that. Then I'm going to do a second one that says, hey, if we are still above, then I'm going to say name I'm gonna remove from name and add to the other pieces. So we're gonna come in here. I think what I need is a second piece, ellipses. I'm gonna add ellipses to it. That's what I'm gonna do. Codebase Alpha, you missed Codebase Alpha's fanfare. It was awesome. Some of my better moves right here. I'm like totally missing the, I'm like, my mind's blanking out on which is the correct one right here. I'm going to add the dots at the end. So what I want to do here now is I want to say name, I need to do ellipsis is equal to this. And then I want to say, I think that's an inferred one there. And then I want to say, who's this Vakshan you're talking about? Wait, what am I missing? Oh, vacation. Gotcha. Okay. There's my ellipsis, and I think I also want to say let root name equal name. And I'm assigning these variables, assuming that we're going to go into this while loop. We probably are not in most cases, but the cost of assigning these variables is really low. So we're just going to zip by them if we don't need to. The other way of doing this is I can make the code harder to read by saying if, and if that's the case, then we come in. I don't know. I was kind of avoiding that, but now I think, well, yeah, this is also means we're not asking the question, wait, why are we doing this here if we're only going to use it in here? And so now what I want to do is say, root name plus ellipsis like that. And then I think at the end of the while loop, I want to say name is equal to this piece right here. Selection increase, copy, escape, paste, semicolon. So then in here, I want to keep taking away one ending letter from root name each time. So we say root name equals root name dot, do I have a remove? Substr. From 0. What's the other one with the ing? No, I think I want substr. 0, and then the length is going to be the length of this minus 1. Okay, so we should be able to, if we have a really long name, we should just see it. And I think I want to add 3 of these here. Or actually even better, let's use the ellipsis character. Way better. So I'm going to bring up char map. Where are you, char map? There you are. Where's the ellipsis character? Is it in this group? I might have to go to the internet to find this faster. Let's do the internet. Google's going to help me, I think. So I want ellipsis character Unicode. Whoops. There you go. What? That's what I want. I'm gonna copy that, and hopefully I'll be able to paste that right in. There you go. So we get this nice small ellipsis character in there like that. So we're just going to do that. It's root name plus. So that's if we're still, wait, still can't fit at eight points. Okay, and then we're going to do our own ellipsis in there. There may be a built-in fill text that does that. So take any extra parameters. Max width. Let's go ahead and throw it in anyway. Our max width is our stat width, right? Is that what we called it? Stat width. Okay. I think this has got a shot. Let's see, font height. We need to set the font height here. Like that. We need that bit of code repeated. I think it's going to work. All right, let's give it a shot. Refresh. I think I can just click this button. I don't need to initialize player data. Nope. That's weird. Oh, no, wait. Too early to say no. I didn't set these. You guys on the wrong page. With my eyes. Okay, yeah. Good, cool. Look at that. Putting fits now. I want to move it over to the right, just like the 2 pixels. The text is gonna, that left margin, where is it? Name offset X, gonna change that to 18. Refresh again one more time. Send the data over. Check all the boxes, click OK. Go back over. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. All right. One thing is done. Got the names written out. Let's see, what we are going to keep in the same. This is all going to be the same no matter what. This is all specific to the name. The stat width, I want to promote this and pop this out here. Here, let's first find them. Okay, take stat width. Okay, there's stat width out there. What's wrong? Why aren't we finding this? What's my problem here? Static. Oh, sorry. Well, do I want it to be static? Maybe I do. Yeah. Yeah. No, thanks, Coding Gorilla. Always there to figure stuff out before me. Let's do that. Okay. And I got to rename it. This is going to be our in-game scroll stat width. I'm just prepping this for refactoring. I want to get a method that's only going to draw the name and another method that's going to draw the other pieces as well. This is going to be const right there. Raid! Raid! Ardalis is raiding! Raid! Raid! By the way, that's me texting and dancing at the same time. That just happened. I typed in, "Yo, Steve, how you going? How's it going, Steve? How you doing? What'd you guys work on? Welcome." We're in the middle of TypeScript here. We're drawing some cool stuff. I'll show you what we're drawing. We're starting to draw this. This is what we've managed to do right here. Where we're going is something more looking like this. That's what we're doing. It's going to be on the stream for the live Dungeons & Dragons game. If you like Dungeons & Dragons, go and give us a follow out there at Twitch TV/DragonHumpers, Comedy Dungeons & Dragons. Every once in a while we get really, really funny. And it does all the special effects from the show, which I'll give you a sampling of right now. Let me cast a spell here. Let's see if I initialize player data. It looks like I have. Let's throw out good old. Let's go to a little cutie. Let's cast her wall of water spell. Really always looks better, by the way, on a darker background. So let me get some code up here in the background for it. Let's drag this off screen. I'm going to click cast spell on this. There's the wall of water. That's a little cutie casting a spell over there. Pretty cool effects. We've got those here. No die effects rolls there. Let me show you some die rolls. We go over here to Chaos Bolt, level 4. Which, happening under the wall of water. Let me go back to the regular view here. We'll stop that water for a second. We're going to roll the Chaos Bolt attack.
Awesome!
You can't say awesome in the middle of my Chaos Bolt. You just cut my spell effect in half. Anyway, that's kind of what's going on there. We did all of this stuff. Every graphic element you're seeing on the stream right now are pieces that we built here in TypeScript and in C#. So that's a little bit about what we do here. Let me go, I think I saw, I don't know, loads of effects, lots of cool over the top stuff. That's what we're doing. All to support the Dungeons & Dragons gaming. So we've got, we rolled a 1 on Wild Magic check. That means things are going crazy. Crazy! It's wild magic. Things are not good here. Yeah, so anyway, welcome to Mark's special effects stream, as you can see here. It's a wild magic check. That means we need to roll for wild magic. That's a D100. 17. Grow a long beard made of feathers that remains until I sneeze. At which point your feathers explode out from your face. So you can see what's going on. We've got D&D rules in here all over the place. It's actually been really fun. We have built inside of here some really interesting pieces of note in here. One of the things that we built is an expression editor that allows me to go in and essentially write C# code over here in my scripting engine to do things like what's going on here. This is going to play a scene where we're going to see some snow. It's going to add frost trailing effects. Let's see what happens when I cast this right here. It's asking for some players to cast this on. I'm going to say, okay, see what happens. I think I saw, there we go. Let's get the black background there again there so you can see what's going on there. All that we built as well, right? As it follows the diagram, the special effects, all of this stuff. So that's kind of a little bit of what we're doing. What we're building now is we're building the in-game creatures UI. So for all the creatures that we can target, we're going to be able to put them on screen. They're going to look a little bit like this guy right here. Is the C# of JavaScript? Yeah, I'd agree with that. It totally is. Play Smart KY says, only thing I understand here is where it says C#, but we'll stay for the show for a little bit. No worries, Play Smart KY. We're normally in C#. We've been in C# for a long time. Oh, we did something else really cool the other day. Check this out. For the monsters, the D&D monsters, there are URLs that are out there. And what we want to do is we want to get that picture. What are we going to show inside of this space right here? That's what I think we're going to work on today after we get the text going. We're going to try and get that guy working. This is a URL. The cropping UI we wrote like earlier this week. And what it allows us to do is crop the image, and it shows us the preview there. So this is all C# code right here that gives us this nice little preview image. By the way, if you're saying, oh, this is kind of cool, I should also tell you I have expertise in good design, great UI. So if you have any UI related questions, you might want to ask those as well, because I'm happy to ask, happy to assist in any way that I can. So kind of cool stuff right there. There you go. That's what our Dungeons & Dragons show is out there. Give us a follow out there. If you like Dungeons & Dragons, we're playing every night, 9 p.m. Eastern. Not every night, Wednesdays and Sunday nights, I mean. That's what we're doing. In tools like OBS, you can insert stuff from web sources. Right, that's what I'm doing here. Tony Davis, I think you're probably answering Tony's questions, right? Before it scrolls off, let me get it. Super cool. How do you integrate those effects in your stream? I know nothing about Twitch. Yeah, so they're all browser sources. So we can actually test over here, just localhost this, and then I can use this in a browser source. So we can test and debug and get console log kinds of things here if we want, or we can test live on the stream and see the pieces out there. So yeah, it's very, very cool. Are these reusable effects you can use in-game and in your stream? Kind of, yeah, they are. In fact, some of the pieces, like the Sirens dance that we did when you guys came in for the raid, is a piece that we actually use on the show as well. So it's just this kind of fun kind of break to kind of dance there. The game is a stream. Yeah. So to integrate in your stream, you just need a web server that you can put the results of in a box. Got to run. Hey, thanks a lot, Steve. Thanks for the raid, buddy. We'll talk to you later. See you later. All right, welcome everybody else. All right, so next line, I'm refactoring right now. I'm taking my TypeScript code that draws the name out, and it does some things. I haven't tested to see if the name, what happens if the names are really, really long. Let's maybe do that. Let's do that. Let's go into C#. Let's go. Let's set a breakpoint here. Let's go click on test. Test in-game creatures. Oh, wait, let me hit cancel on that. I want to do it here. Test in-game creatures. I want to go into all in-game creatures. These are my creatures right here. I'm going to change Rory's name here to Rory Stilt Skin. Really long name, like that. Really long, and then I'll say last name, like that. So that's the character's name. So we made a really long name right there. And so the question is, now I'm running it. Cool. Over here, we can see that change is there. So I'm going to go ahead and say, these are the creatures we want to send out. I'll pick all of them. And now, over here, where is it? Here, oh, look at that. It found a way to fit it at 8 points. I didn't like that. I wanted to see the other piece tested out here. I think this is, let's go to 12. And let's refresh this. Refresh. Let's come back over here, test in-game creatures. I think I can clear that, run it. The name's still really long. Click OK on that. Tony says, awesome, thanks. We'll try to catch DH sometime. Got to sign up for now. All right, Tony. No worries, buddy. We're still fitting in 12. It's too small. So let's change it to 16. In fact, let's come in here and say min in-game stat. Oh, we got to follow. Got to follow. Thanks for that follow over the other one. I forgot to turn off the Streamlabs overlay for Dragon Humpers. Let me do that. We'll do that so we won't see that anymore. All right, min in-game stat font. Whoops. Font size. I'm going to change it to 415 maybe. There it is right there. Let's refresh. I'm zoomed in here as well. All right, let's test them. Click all three. Click OK. Back over here. Really? What's my font size? I suppose I'm going to come in here and I'll say what my font height is, so we can see what that is. At least I'm going to take another guess at it, like 18 now. Refresh, test, check, 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 send. Looks like the font size is 18. And it's the littlest one. Oh, is this solving the problem for me? Wait, not there. Is this solving the problem for me? I bet that's that's what's happening. It doesn't matter what that is. I bet that's it, because the 18 should be much. Yeah, the draw text squeezed into the box. I was just, when I saw your text, Coding Gorilla, I was like, I bet that's Coding Gorilla saying it. And I scrolled my eyes over, and yep, that was Coding Gorilla figuring it out. That's what was going on. Yeah, because 18 is bigger than that. I was like, wait, what's happening? Okay, one more time. Refresh. And send. Check, check, check. Okay. Alt-tab back over. There you go. But now why don't we have the ellipsis working? Oh, wait. No, wait. Name is width is greater. Oh, we're not setting the font size. Here we go. No, wait. We don't need to set the font size at this point. I'm not sure what's happening here. Let's another one still cannot fit. And that's funny. Code itself says my next D&D character is going to be Rory, long name. I'm not understanding why this code's not executing right here, or not appearing to work. Oh, here's the problem. It's not here. That code I think is good. It's here. That's my problem. Okay, one more time. Refresh. Alt-tab. Check, check, check. Click OK. Alt-tab back. There we go. That's what I was looking for right there. Okay. The next thing we need to do is notice that we may change the font to make it fit. Actually, let's come up here. Let's reset. I think we can get a little smaller than that. I'm going to say the min size is 16. Refresh. Send. Check, check, check. Alt-tab back. Yeah. Okay, now, here's the thing. When we do this, normally the baseline is here, which means the next text needs to go kind of right there. But over here, because the baseline's shifting up, we want the next line underneath it to go higher. So we need to figure out how high this is so we can calculate where that next line is. So the first one we've done, but after we do the first one, we need to come back and tell us where's the next top of the Y. We can get rid of this console log right here. So we need to do our extract method here. Font height is 31. All of this we want to extract into its own method. We're going to call this draw in game creature name. Oops, name offset X and Y. Those need to go in here. We need to get rid of this and this and this and this. Okay, so now we've got draw in game creature name. We need to, I think, do a ref on, we need to get Y back out, or maybe do a, let's do this. Let's have this return a number. And down here, we're going to say, return that plus, that's going to be the top, and then we want to say our font height. That's going to get us the next line down. So we're going to say call this Y top. Okay. Next, we want to say we'll do something that says draw in-game creature kind. And we'll do similar code there. We're going to pass Y top as the top right there. I'm going to change it. We use this. I can actually bring up here font name. Let's rename this to. I had this problem before. It took a long time. Okay. Come on. I'm clicking it, but nothing's happening. All right. We're going to call this 2019. It is. Yeah, twice a day that's happened where it's taken a while. 16.6.4. All right, I want to call this the in-game stat, in-game creature stat font name, and it's already smelling to me like I need to move this out to another location. Like its own class. Which I will probably end up doing, but I'm not going to do that today. I'm just looking at the code here because there's going to be some similarity. PlaySmart KY says, yeah, it happens at times. I haven't really seen it. Plus, I've got a machine that's just high end. There should be nothing like that ever happening. I'm almost thinking... that we can send in, where are we using in-game creature? It's only there. Frustrating when it happens. Interesting. I'm going to take this and I'm going to extract all of that. What? No, no, no. The return was the last thing. I had return as the last thing in the selection. You should totally be smart enough to extract that. Now look at this. When I say this, it gives me this. That doesn't make sense to me at all. All right, it does not make sense. Fine, I'm going to do this then. I'll take the block. Yeah, we actually built this when we built extract method into CodeRush. We built it so it was smart enough to figure that out. All right, I'm going to take this, extract just that out. Okay, what, really? Because I got to get font height out? Oh my God. All right, let's do this. I'm going to do this, comment it out. Oh, this is painful. And we're going to do this. Is that better? Why? What? I don't even understand this as syntax right here. Looks like it's creating a tuple for me as a result of this. Oh, wait, hold on. Is it? No, it's not because of this, is it, by chance? Let me change that to a void for a sec. I'm going to extract this by hand in a second if this doesn't do this right this time. Yeah, I'm extracting it by hand. Okay. A little mind blown by all of that. We're going to take all of this out here. And we're going to say this dot draw in game stat. That's what we're going to do. We're going to need context. We're going to need some text. Call it name. We're going to need an X and a Y. We're going to need a font height. What else do we need in here? Name, offset, some offset X and Y. Well, I could add those to the X and Y as I call them in, which means that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get rid of these and this one here, and I'll just add it on the way in. So that's what I'm going to do. So we need to pass in context, name, font height, code's getting better, X plus name offset X, and Y plus name offset Y. I think that is it. What are you saying here? You can infer it as well? Oh, it's never a use constant. Okay. And actually, I just want to inline this temp. Let's inline that. I could almost inline the 31 as well. It's not so clear that it's the font height. And I think, oh, now we need though to return the new Y. So this one is going to return a number. We're already doing it. We've got the code right down here. Then I want to return this here as well. And then I want to change this to a number. Nice. So now drawing creature name looks like that. And then drawing creature kind looks like this. And which we don't have, but now that we have this code, we should be able to duplicate this, and now it gets much easier here on this. We're going to pass in that new Y top, so we don't need to worry about it. And the name offset X is also, that's a constant. Let's go take that. Get something up here. We're going to call this the in-game stat offset X. And then now when we see name offset X, we're going to go grab it from the Dragon Bat game dot bat. What happened here? Looks like a search and replace occurred. I'm a little worried about that right there. Oh, I think I may have, let's see, I think I may have duplicated the line. Did it do that duplication for me? No? I'm not sure how I did that. Maybe I put the letter M in there and it replaced it everywhere. So this is going to be creature kind right here. The name offset Y is no longer needed. We just need a font height for it. And that's just going to be Y coming straight in. This X is also going to now be hold on. I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm not going to do it here, but I'm going to say X equals that. I'm going to do a test here in a second to make sure this is all working. This looks like it needs to be constant. And now we're going to draw the in-game stat, and this time it's going to be the word kind. The font height here can be smaller. Let's say like 24. See how that looks? And that's going to draw right underneath it, I think. And we got a call to this right there. Yeah, I'm going to simplify this a little bit. I'm just looking at refactoring this. I think I want to for symmetry, I'm going to do the same kind of thing down here. Y plus equals that name offset. Now, because I'm going to do here's what I'm thinking about doing. Since these lines are starting to look really similar in here, I'm thinking about changing this to this. Just specifying the font height right there. Maybe do that so for maintainability of it. And then down here we have y top is now equal to this, and then we're going to pass in kind, and we're going to start at 24, and then we can get rid of this and this. And then we can keep going down the line here, drawing the stats there. What's after the kind? What is it? The alignment, which I don't think we're sending, and we're not sending the word bloody. So I'm going to put these in as to-do list right here. Alignment and health description. Okay. Let's run that and see what's going on here. Oh, we're not using it. This now becomes y top, the second one. That's what I need to change there. All right. It's totally used a value. Is it just not caught up with that yet? It's used right here. It's weird. Okay, let's refresh. Should see at least two pieces of information now. Test, sending data across. There we go. And what's cool is if it's a really long name, we're getting to there. I'm going to allow the smallest size to go down a little bit more, I think. Let's double check. Let's put this at 100%. I'm going to let the smallest size go down just a little bit. I also want to have a one more of these space between in-game stat lines. We just had 2 pixels there. So here we're going to return this plus that constant we just put in there. It's just going to give us a little more space in there. Min in-game stat font size, I'm going to change it to 14. All right, let's refresh. Send the data. Okay, let's look at it. Oh, my bad. Didn't reference this. Okay, one more time. Refresh. Send the data. Check, check, check. Click OK. Go back. Better. Better. Okay, so we've got a really long name, but we're not going to drop the font size below the min, and we're going to use the ellipsis character instead if we have to. So that's kind of good. I think there's a way to draw arrows in here. What is it? Alt Shift? No, Alt Control Shift. There it is right there. There's the arrow. Okay, cool. That's what I meant to do right there. Cool. Let's figure out the other data we're not sending over. We're not sending alignment over. So let's close this and get to here and let's figure out alignment. I'm going to make alignment be very similar to these pieces right here. This is going to say alignment. Like that. It's going to be a type string. And that's going to be coming from monster dot. I think I got alignment there. I think that's what I want. Is alignment, what type is that? Oh no, I want to use alignment string, I think. I think I want to use that instead. And then otherwise we're going to do this. So now that's going to pass alignment across. So that's my C# code. Then I want to come over here and create similarly an alignment entry here for my in-game creature class in TypeScript. So the SignalR will, the JSON serialization will know how to map the property values across. Then I think all I have to do is let's run this now. And let's refresh this. Then I think we're going to try drawing the picture. I instinctively just click the initialize player button data, initialize player data button, and that goes out into our spreadsheet in Google Sheets, gets the data, downloads it. Now I want to go click on test in-game creatures. I'm going to do that right here. And in the UI, whoops. In the UI, I'm going to click the creatures we want to send. Oh, okay, good, but we're not drawing the alignment. Let's go draw the alignment. Let's go fix that. Thanks, Coding Gorilla. All right, so that means we got to add a new line of code right here. So we're going to come in here, grab the alignment, and I'm going to keep it at 24 for the rest. I am going to say, I'm going to create the font height here. We're going to start with 31. And then I'm going to say font height is equal to 24. I feel like I need constants here. Let's create the constants. Here they are, right up here. In-game, so let's do this. We're going to say in-game name font size, name stat font size, that's going to be 31. And then we're going to say in-game, I'm not going to say alignment, but I think I'm going to say other, all other. Stat font size is equal to 24. That's what I think I'm going to do. So then we're going to come in and we'll say, I want this for the top one here. And I want the all other there. And then I want to just pass in font height everywhere I had these magic numbers. Better. Okay. So we've got alignment, and we just have to figure out a health description. Should we do it on the C# side or over here? I'm going to do it down in TypeScript, I think is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to say health description is equal to get health description, excuse me, dot health. And then we're going to draw one final stat out here, which is going to be the health description. Like that. All right. This dot, let's declare that. And now I want to do some sort of check here. If health is less than 0.1, so this is a percentage of what your hit points are over your max hit points. So if I'm less than like maybe even, I guess I could do 0.2. Then I'm going to say, let's return badly bloodied. If it's less than 0.1, I'm going to return near death. Like that. If it's less than 30% of the way down, we'll say bloodied. I don't know. I think I've read somewhere that there is a beaten, roughed up. We can come up with better words for these. Less than, and then otherwise I'm going to say bruised. And then otherwise I think we'll return a looking good. Healthy. Like that. Okay? So you've got to get it down under 0.6 or something like that. Maybe we'll make that a 0.7. Bloodied, badly bloodied, near death. Okay, so there's my health description there. I think we can refresh it. Good to go. Yeah, I was thinking something like that. I was totally thinking something like that. But I was thinking looking good is what I was thinking. I was like, nobody's going to understand what that means if they see up here, you know, looking good right here. They're going to be like, what? What's going on? Oh, and I also got to draw this number over here. I got to do that. Okay, so let's see, we refreshed. I think I just got to come back, test it. Check, check, check. Okay. All right. So we've got some height problems here. That +2 is not working so well. We got to drop the font about the other piece there, but we do have, the cool thing is, you know, functionally we're getting the text in there. All right, so I'm going to drop the font size here by a bit, and I'm going to take that spacing and drop it just a little bit as well. Let's do that. I'm going to change this to a 1. All other font size, I'm going to change this to an 18. Maybe a 20. See what that looks like. So refresh. Send the data. Check, 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 check. Not bad. I don't like this one over here. I think this font is too big. That 31. Change it to a 28. Let's try it again. Test. Check, check, check. Go. I think it's better. This is zoomed in. If we come in and reset it, that's what it's going to look like. Actual size on the string. Okay, number. You're going to get that number right up here. That's going to tell the Dungeon Master which button. So the number is going to say, like if I would say I'm going to target Mark, this number might be a 3. So the Dungeon Master will click the button with the number 3 on it, on the Stream Deck. That's what's going on there. Yeah, it's not bad. It's really not bad. And the readability, I think, is there. We might argue that I need to have a higher contrast background here. I think we're slightly below WCAG guidelines, is what I think we are in terms of contrast. It's not bad in here, but I think we might darken that a bit. In fact, I think I'm going to darken it now. Where are you? Where's my background? I guess I got to open it up. This is my R&D stuff. Let's go to assets, scroll, in-game creatures. This is the guy right here. This is the area here. I'm thinking I want to darken this a little bit. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to bring it up to its own layer. I'm going to darken it. That may be way too much. But maybe there, right? And I'm increasing contrast a little bit too, because if I keep the contrast where it is at 0, it kind of starts to wash out a bit. And I don't know, I guess you could go both ways in this. You can argue lower contrast is better because it's not interfering with their feature detectors, which identify the parts of the letters. But I'm kind of going to do this because I still want it to look like it's part of the scroll. Just darken it a bit. So without is there, really darkening it up a lot. Maybe not so much. There's without, there's with the new. I'm going to go to there. I'm going to save it. And I'm not sure if it's going to refresh it or not. I've seen sometimes if I make changes to the image, it doesn't reload it on a refresh. Let's try empty cache hard reload just to be safe. See if that works. One more time. Test. Send the data. Yeah, that worked. And I think it's better and easier to read. So we're just taking care of folks that may not have full, high-end vision there. So we're just creating the higher level of contrast between the text and the background. That fits. And we have the ability to handle text of varying sizes and crop up the data, ellipses if we need to. Let's get this number up here. I think to do this, I'm going to find the center point, and I'm going to change the alignment to do a middle and center. So the center point looks to be here. It's 142.78 right there. 142.78. So let's maybe put that down here somewhere. In-game number, center X. I think I said 142. Right, 142. And the Y is going to be, I think I said 38, 48. I'm not remembering. Let's look at it again. Nope, the Y is 78. 76 maybe. 76. Okay, so there's my number part, and we just have to render that number somewhere. I think we can call in-game stat. Although in-game stat is using this as the comparison to find the appropriate width. I think I'm going to have to do my own thing for drawing the numbers. It'll be somewhat similar to this code, I think. This.draw in-game index context. Excuse me. What else do I need in there? I need dragon back game dot in-game number center x and dragon back game. Well, actually, you know what? I don't need to pass those in. I don't need to pass those in because this is going to be a specialized method that's going to have that data inside of it. So now we got to figure out how much space do we have to deal with here. $50 pixels across. Okay, and context font is equal to the font height. Here we're going to say we need this to be a variable. I'm going to jump in here. We're going to create a duplicate of this. Call it in-game index stat font size. I'm going to bump this up. I want this big. I'm going to make it like 48. So we're doing two things here in terms of the UI on this. We are making it big so it's easy to see if you need to, but we're lowering the contrast of it compared to this. So it's not something that, it's only going to be there if the Dungeon Master needs to see it, but it's not going to be something that drags your attention away from the important data. So I'll try a 48 on there. Let's jump back, change this to that. And now my font height is here. Now I need to change this to I add it. In-game number width. Looks like I didn't add it. The max width is, I forget what it was. 50. Okay, so as long as it's greater than that, and the font height is greater than that min, then we're going to drop the font height down on that. So we'll start at whatever we're guessing up here. We'll come down here. It might be good to throw that out in a console log, because if our guess is really big and we are going to do this every single time, it might make sense to at least know what that is. So I'll say console log, send that out. Number font height. And then now we need to draw it. Where's name? Where am I getting name from? Oh, that's weird. Not what I was expecting. So lowercase that, stay with convention, change this to text. We need to change the alignment. Context dot text align is equal to middle center. Context dot text baseline. That's exactly what I wanted right there. Baseline is equal to middle. So it's going to put this number right in the middle of that center spot that we want to put this in. Get our X and Y in there. That's one of them. That's the second one. What's my problem here? Oh, it went away. It looks like I had a problem with it. It went away. Oh, there's my max number width right there. I see what's happening. That's where my 50 was. I just used this instead. Okay, that can work. All right, let's give it a shot, see what works. Also, there's actually one thing I need to do. I need to say context.alpha, global alpha, is equal to 0.5. And drop that alpha down, and then we're going to set it back to 1 when we're done. Okay, now let's refresh it. All right, send the data. No number. I don't see any number at all. Did we just not call it? We're calling it. Oh, is the X and Y? I think I know what's happening. I think we are drawing it, but we can't see it. It's over here. Because I didn't add the X and Y offset to those. So that means I need to change this. I need to at least pass an X into this. Like that. I think that's the answer. All right, one more time. Refresh. Send the data. Check, check, check. Go. Hey, not bad. Why is it so off though? I said I wanted it centered and in the middle, the baseline set for both. Is my right side wrong for my X? Wait, what's the X up here? Oh. This is my problem. Right here. I could fix this by putting this up here. Let's do that. What's happening is it's using the index piece here, and that's why everything's off to the side. Pretty sure about that. Here's a new test. There you go. Uh-oh. Why? What's going on in here that messed everything else? Oh, my text align. Got it. See, look, because in here, we're sending the text align there. Okay, we're getting close. There we go. That's what it's looking like. Getting there. Here we go. This one's going to look good. Click. Click, 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 click. Okay, that's good. Let's look at it on the stream. That's in the drag and back overlay. Let's refresh that. Let's click the button. It's asking me who do I want to send over. There it is on the stream. Let's click the button again. It's asking again, who do I want to send over? Let's send over just pudding. Nice. Pudding is index 1. Let's click it again. Let's send over just Roy and Mark. 2 and 3. Sweet. We have like 2 more things to do, and we're done with this UI. Well, not entirely. I do want it so that when a hit takes place, that blood comes out, or some indication that there's a hit out of that particular character. And when we're targeting them, I want to show a target indicator. So I say we're kind of done, but it's not too bad. There's also no animation for this, right? We could have a scroll, like notice when we do this, there's an animation when this piece comes in here. Something along those lines. Let me initialize player data there so we can get the player names coming in. Here we go. Okay, so you can see kind of what's going on. There's no slam down animation for this. And with these, we could have an introductory animation that opens up and closes. But I don't mind it. I don't mind it. We might, let's come to that when we decide we need it. Okay, so what's standing out at this point to me, I guess 2 things. One is we need to get the picture in here. The second thing is we have to draw that other piece right up here. See how that's standing out right there? We totally need to, it looks like it's not in the shadow, this border. We need to get that in the shadow. So that's the second piece right there. So we'll do both of those. Let's do one more thing. I want to test make sure we see something other than just healthy down here. I want to say for hit points here, 1, I don't know, 30, 15, like that. Let's go back in. Let's initialize player data again. That should reload those. Test the data. I get the .ui, test the in-game creatures, send everybody across, 1, 2, 3. Are we gonna see different? Yeah, there you go. Nice, near death, bruised and beaten, showing up there. Okay, are the URLs coming across? Oh wait, we also wanted to check. We wanted to check to see what the font is that we're using for the number. It's 48, that's what we're winning. That's what we're selecting as our default, which is not far off from our, what did we say we were gonna do? How come I'm not seeing it? Font height, that's the one. Oh, it is 48. So we're just flat out using the 48, which I guess I'm okay with. Yeah, that works for me. It should also be able to solve problems if the index was greater. So if we go into our spreadsheet, we change our index to like, 123, like that, we should test that as well. Let's do it. We're going to initialize player data again. Test the creatures, send all the data across, 1, 2, 3. There you go. Right up there, you see 123, and it fits. I could take that width and drop it down, because what's happening is it's getting really close to that margin there. Where is that? That is my in-game number max width. I might drop that down to 40. Give us 5 more pixels on either side. Let's refresh the overlay. And then I think I just need to send it again one more time. Check, check, check. Yeah, see the 123 there is fitting better on the screen. Okay, let's initialize the player data. And let's see if we can figure out how to now draw that the URL up there. So draw in-game creatures, we've done all the stats at this point. Now I want to say this dot, do you think I'm a robot, C-Films? I don't know, C-Films. You were purple yesterday and you're not purple today. C-Films was yesterday coming in, getting us. And we were pretty nervous about it. My therapist says I should just let it all go. Don't worry about it. But I think C-Films is coming in every day. At some point, C-Films is going to be like, I'm a robot. And we're going to be like, no, the bot got us. The bot wins again. Okay, let's see if we can draw that picture. I don't know how to do it. We'll figure it out, hopefully. Draw in-game creature pick. Pass it the context. Pass it in-game creature dot image URL. I think is what we're calling it. Come on. Image URL. We're going to need the in-game creatures. Maybe I'll just say this, draw image from URL. Like that. That's what I think I do. I'm not a Terminator robot, so you do not have to worry about me coming after you. Yet that's exactly what a Terminator robot would say. This is why I'm so freaked out, C-Films. C-Films, are you streaming now live? Do you have should I give people a plug to go follow you? I've not seen, I think C-Films was saying yesterday that they were starting to do coding streams. Is that right? Am I remembering that correctly? All right, so I'm going to do this. I want to pass in my crop X. Not currently streaming. Okay. Crop Y. I just last streamed yesterday. Okay. So you are streaming now recently. As of recently you started. Is that true or not? What kind of things do you stream, C-Films? Then I need the width. Here's my crop width. Then I need my Y, my height. Oh my gosh, should I put this back? Should I calculate it before I send it? I got image height here. We using these yet? No, apparently not. I recently started streaming on Twitch. I had my first day of streaming last Sunday. I'm gonna say congratulations. You're probably not a bot, C-Films. You're probably not a bot. Okay, character image width, character image height. We've got these two. We need to calculate this. So we're going to say, actually I want this to be a let here. This is going to be crop height. That's equal to in-game creature dot crop width divided by, in-game creature dot, I'm going to go back and rename this without, I wasn't realizing where I was. So we're going to say, we're going to divide by the image, it's going to be equal to the height times this width divided by the in-game, the image width. That's my crop height. Then I'm going to pass my crop height in there. Is that everything I need? I'm like Robocop, part man and half machine. I feel like I'm all human being. Now this is where I start to get worried and nervous. It's over. It's pretty much, you're like right on the other side of the door typing this, right? See films. I think we're gonna have a problem here. I think we're gonna have a problem. I need to load this image up and draw it. I need to hold on to this somehow. I'm gonna need to ask for, I'm gonna need to phone a friend on this. My friend is Google. And I'm gonna say, draw image JavaScript from URL in JavaScript on a canvas. This is where I think it's maybe tricky. That's what I want. Look at this, 192 folks love this answer. Also, I should stay away from this one right here. I am not a cop. Yeah, you have to tell me if you're a cop, right? You're legally obligated to see films to tell me if you're a cop or not. Are you a cop? You have to tell me. I'm kind of getting it. We got this context draw image call here, but it's only on the onload. I need to do it more than once. I'm doing this like, a bunch of times a second. In fact, because I'm doing it so much, I don't think I need the onload at all. I'll work with rocks. Okay, I got an idea on how we can do this. So we've got the context already. We're just going to say new image, set the source to it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put that image inside my in-game creature. That's what I'm going to do. It suggested image bitmap. But it doesn't know where that is. Jeez. I'm a little worried about that part. Let's go with image bitmap. So I've typed in TS instead of JS. Let's do a new image here too. Why has everybody got image, but I don't see image? I don't understand that. That's worrisome to me a little bit. Okay, I'm just gonna, yeah, I don't like this at all. Image refers to a value. All right, I'm going to try this. I'm just going to try and see what happens for image. Let's go see when we're creating this. I've had problems with deserializing things where I wasn't able to call methods on them. I need to create an actual instance of the new in-game command over here. Where's its inner mind voice of Rory? Yeah, he's not here with us on Fridays, unfortunately. It's only Fred. That's all he got. Do you have any thoughts you want to share with us, Fred? Look at me, Fred. Come on, Fred. You gotta bring more to the table. I think we're gonna have some problems here. But my idea is that we create that ellipse. Let's go back to where we were. Set in-game creatures. So it's here. It's in this piece right here. Does Fred only speak through Rory? I'm not sure. No, I don't know. Fred doesn't speak at all. Fred's fine with that, right, Fred? Got some tension, Fred. All right. I think what I'm going to do is this. Right in this space, I'm going to create the image. So when we call set, I'm going to say I almost think we're going to need to do cloning here. I think we will need to clone these because these are coming from a JSON parse call, coming from a JSON parse, and I've had problems calling, as I recall, calling methods inside of JSON parsed elements. That it just doesn't work, and I need to actually create an actual instance of the in-game creature rather than typecast it. In other words, the JSON parse gives me all the properties correctly filled, but it doesn't give me the methods. Yeah, in fact, I think I know that I'm going to need to do that. So let's do this. Let's say this. Let's do a for loop. Like this. You are correct, says Coding Gorilla. Yeah, I'm remembering it. Whatever you do, don't lightning bolt pudding. Don't lightning bolt the pudding. Because he's near death. That's right. Okay, so what we're going to do up here is we're going to set this equal to this. We're going to need to get a clone method in here. Then down here, we're going to say this dot add push. They multiply if you lightning bolt them. Really? Why me? I never die. Wait, no. You're not going to die. You're going to be fine, Pudding. We're going to do a health potion on you. Why does it say near death? We're just testing, Pudding. It's going to be okay. We're setting different values for hit points to see what the text would show up there. So we can see what's going on. Okay? Don't worry, we'll give you full hit points again. All I have to do is just delete this. Like that. Come in over here. We're going to test. Click that button. Send it over. There you go. Now you're back to healthy. Everything's good. Not too bad. Very cool, by the way, what just happened, right? We made a change to D&D spreadsheets. We came over here, we hit this button in our C# application. That sent it over SignalR to our TypeScript and updated the TypeScript on the stream, which you're seeing live right there. So that was all cool. Back over here to the code. So we're going to push and we're going to create a new in-game creature. And we're going to pass in this one as the base from which we're going to clone it. We need that to be of I. Okay. And then we're going to get rid of this. That I feel is good. New in-game features. What is this? It's just because it doesn't know. Expected 0 arguments. Yeah, we're going to fix that. So we're going to create, get my new. Donate my body to science, says Pudding. Scientists are going to be like, this pudding's good. And we're going to say we want to construct it from an in-game creature. And then we're going to say name equals in-game creature.name. Well, we want to say new. Sorry. Or no, we don't. We don't need to do that because that's already taken care of. So we're going to say, what is it? This dot name. Didn't like it all by itself there. Oh yeah, right, of course. This dot index is equal to, let's change this, say stop replacing game with offset. Stop replacing in with min. Are we gonna, oh wait, I gotta get the semicolons here. Let's try again. Index, we didn't quite get it there. Okay, so crop width, crop y, x, crop y, got that one for me. Let's get to health. Duplicate the line is targeted. Duplicate the line. Kind. And image URL. Donate it to Alf instead of Pudding. You know how aliens are. Just let me live a couple more years. We'll let you live, don't worry. Did I get them all? Name, alignment, missed alignment. Image URL. Let's get these in the same order that we're seeing them declared above. Kind, index, crop width, health. The X and Y come up here first. Health is targeted. Good. Next, I think I'm going to come in and do this. I'm going to say this dot image is equal to new. Can I say image? Oh, I can say it here. What's this problem though? Property close. Okay. Can I do this at all? It's not going to let me do it. It's going to do that. What is going on with image bitmap? I don't get this. I don't get this. How you doing? You okay? I'm okay. I can stop anytime if you want me to stop. You did yoga? HTML image element? Is that Coding Gorilla saving my butt again? I like it. I'll take it. I hope that works. Well, look at that. That's what I wanted. Coding Gorilla with the save again. That was the save right there. That's what we're talking about. Coding Gorilla, rocking my code. Unexpected empty constructor. All right, I'll get rid of it. You don't like it? I'll take it away. So now we're going to get the new image. Then we can come in and say image.source is equal to, gonna need to put them on payroll, says Smoopy. Oh, I hate it when this happens. So you're right. Yeah, Karen, you want to be on payroll? Honey, there's video evidence that you're already on payroll.
Not what I'm worth.
Ooh, that is true. Is there such a thing as alien pudding? That's a good question. All right, so the source we're going to say is equal to our image URL. We're going to do this. We're going to do that loaded thing. And I think what I'm going to do in the loaded is the onload. Instead of drawing it, I don't care about drawing it right now. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, and I think I might have to come in here and do this too. I might have to say, let self equal this. Then I'm going to say self dot, and I'm going to say image is loaded. Image loaded is equal to true. That's what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to create a image loaded Boolean as part of this. So we'll be able to check to see if the image has been loaded or not. Okay. Unexpected aliasing. I'm worried about, I don't know if I got that in the function. I guess, okay, you don't want me to do that. Then what am I going to do? Bind it? That's what you want me to do instead? Okay, I'll take it. That's what you prefer. I will do that. Okay, so now I've got it unloaded on here. TypeScript is pretty good at managing this for you. I don't know, I've had problems with it especially in this scenario, trying to access it in here. Like if I don't do this, this will be like empty when we get in here. I've seen that happen before. Yeah, there we go. See it? Yeah. So I got to do the binding. That's what it wants me to do instead of using the self variable. Okay. All right. So there's my constructor. I think that's going to maybe give us something we can draw. And then we just check to see if the image is loaded or not when we need to draw it. So where are we? Here we go. Draw image from URL. We're down here. Before I do that, no, actually, you know what I need? I'm going to go back and make this more specific here. I'm just going to say draw in-game creature headshot. Like that. I'm just going to pass an in-game creature. I'm going to figure out crop height inside. I'm going to delete this. I need to pass X in as well. And I think that's it. Let's try that one instead. So there's my crop height, calculating that. I guess I want to check to see if that image is loaded here or not. So I want to say, hey, if image loaded, if we're not loaded, then we're just going to get out. There's a crop height calculation. Context dot to draw image. And we're going to go grab the in-game creature dot image. My X is going to be there. My Y is, I'm going to say it's 0 for now. I'm not cropping it yet. I'm just going to do that, and we're going to see what we get across here. I think we could potentially fill up the screen. So let's refresh here. We'll see how bad it gets, and we'll refresh it if it gets really nasty. There's the refresh. Clicking the button, clicking the button, check, check, and check. Okay, there you go. That's not bad, except for now the whole screen is like, you know, pretty much wiped out with that. But we're good. We're good, good, good. That's really awesome, actually. Almost done. Let me refresh the back overlay here so we can see through it. Let's go back over here. Let's figuring out the cropping. I actually have an image in the code in my die roller. Let's go to the die roller here that I want to use. Whoops, I did not want to do this. I wanted to... Okay, let's go to the die roller. Why am I not seeing this? Die layer? Oh, not everything is checked here. Is that my problem? Yeah, it's definitely not finding the pieces I'm expecting it to find. Hold on, let me report a code rush issue here. All right, kids, I'm trying to find die layer and die roller. I think they're both elements of my project here. Yeah, there they are right there. I'm trying to jump to these two files really quickly here. So I'm bringing up here, jump to symbol. I'm typing in die roller. Oh, it's dice, not die. All right, never mind, not an issue. It's my memory is the problem here. So dice roller. Wait, I'm not seeing the class. Everything's checked, so maybe I do have a problem. I'm trying to find that, diceroller.ts. I don't see it in the list. Oh, is it not a class? It's not a class. Just a file. Okay. That was, you know, I was in here, but it's not here. Where am I cropping? Let's go to draw cropped. This is in sprites. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. This image. Let me copy that. Let's go back to the back game so we can get these parameters correct in this call. These are the different parameters here, the S, W, all of those things here. So, all right, so drawing the image here, we need the source image, the destination canvas. So let's kind of start setting these up here. We're going to say, Ellen, this is going to be dx. That's going to be equal to x. dy is going to be equal to, I'm going to calculate that. It's coming in right there. So it's 12 by 34. So our x, dy and dx is going to be 12. This is going to be 34. I'll probably get constants in here in a second for these well-named constants. The dw, the d width, that is equal to in-game creature dot image width. It's going to be 104 pixels. Yep. And the DH is going to be dot image height. Like that. So we figured out dx, dy, dw, and dh. Those all look good to me. The source image now, so we need a, so sx, that's our source x, that's equal to in-game creature dot crop x. sy is equal to in-game creature dot crop y. sw is equal to the crop width, and sh is equal to the calculated crop height. TypeScript, yeah. Hello, are you real? I believe you are, C-Films. Those are the values there, I believe. Now we come in here and we say, okay, let's send them out here. So we need, let's go dx. Okay, we're just gonna use the same variables here. dy, dw, dh. Oh, it's this one. We need the SX's first. So SX, SY, SW, SH. Then DX, DY, DW, DH. I think that's it. That's what we're looking at. Just want to remind everybody that earlier today, C-Film said this. He's coming after me. Okay, I think these can all be constants here. I think that's what it's trying to tell me. Or no, wait, the numbers. Wait, what is it telling me here? Const. Okay. This can be inferred, I think, like that. All right, let's refresh and see if it works. Should we do it on the live stream? Let's see if it works. Here's the back overlay, refreshing it now. Get over here, initializing player data. Come over here and click on test in-game creatures. Select the creatures I want to show. 1, 2, 3. No pictures. Dang. No, I'm not hacking anything. We're not offsetting by X. Hold on. We need to, our DX, this has got to be plus X here. But we still should see something. There's a white box far left corner. Oh yeah, you're right. Look at that. That could be the X, but why is it white? It shouldn't be white. It looks like I'm gonna have to debug it. I don't know, we'll do a refresh of it one more time of the overlay. Then I think I'm gonna move to a browser and we'll start looking at it, maybe debug it. Check. What do we got? Oh, interesting. The last one. We're off by a little bit in the left position of it. The first two are correct. Giant hyena looks wrong, like totally wrong. Yeah, we should be right in there. That's what we should see for the giant hyena. Giant hyena is 96 DPI. What's the gold? What's black pudding? Also 96 DPI. Okay. Yeah, that's working. I don't understand why the other one's not working. Giant hyena should totally be nailing it. Let's figure out the left. Let's get the left part aligned there so it's going in the right spot. Yeah, I don't think it's a scaling issue. Maybe. It shouldn't be. In other words, this code is, unless I've got, maybe I've got a bug here. This looks and feels right to me though. This looks good. The fact that the other two we're nailing it on the other two, because look at pudding and look at the wormling. Let's look at both of those for a second. So let's see. Let's go to the gold dragon wormling. Look at that. It's nailing it, right? Look at black pudding. It's nailing it. I almost think there may be an issue with getting this file that is not happening on the other two. This file I grabbed from another source, and I'm wondering if there might be something blocking it from here. I don't know. Maybe that's a bad theory. I don't know enough about JavaScript. What type of bug is it? I'm not sure what bug you're talking about. Mr. Kamasori says, wow, nice beard. Well, thank you very much. It's very polite of you.
Nice
beard?
Oh, nice beard.
Nice beard. You okay, honey?
I'm always okay.
The honey is got an attitude today.
Really?
Gonna have to put my foot down, kids. Either not getting the file or the DPI and image size different on the third versus the first two. The DPI is the same on them. If I look at the DPI, right up here, this is the X DPI and the Y DPI of the image. I was putting this up because we were kind of debugging another DPI issue. So when I select black pudding, it's 96. The gold dragon wormling, also 96. So those two are both good. But what's the third one? The hyena, right? The giant hyena, right? Giant hyena. Oh, it's 300. It's a DPI issue. That's what's happening. Which means, oh wow, good job. No, definitely good job. I thought they were all. I looked at them and I thought I checked this, but I did not. So good job. And I think that's Coding Gorilla suggesting that, right? Scaling DPI. Who else was in there with that? Smoofy helping out. Yeah, definitely glad you guys were pushing on that, Smoofy. Definitely. So it's DPI issue. Okay, good. So that shouldn't be too hard to solve. At least we know what we're on the right track for. Let's move this over to the left, figure out why is that going so far there. That's weird. DX is 12. X coming in. Oh, I know, because X is lining up with over here. The headshot needs to come in before we do this offset here. That's all. We do that, that'll fix it. Let's refresh the overlay. So we got 2 out of 3 are going to work here. Close, they're not quite right. I want the border, and I'm not seeing the border around them. Let's get the Mr. Smoothie thing down here. There we go. It doesn't look at all like what I pictured a Smoothie to look like. I want a border around this. And I know this would be an easy problem to solve. I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to just scale it down. So here, to get the border, I need to, let's do this. Let's say, so we're going to say, see, all in the destination canvas. So in our DX plus the border, y plus the border, minus 2 times border. I think that's going to get our border in. All right, let's refresh on the stream again. Test it. Check, check, check. Okay. Borders around it. Borders around it. Yeah, just checking it. The border looks good on all of those. Okay, good. We got the border around the edge of the creature. Now, we got to figure out that DPI issue. I'm not sure how to fix it. We know the DPI issue. I think the problem is in this space, the DPI issue. Let's see if we can figure that out. Get that code where we solve the DPI issue here. This is the code we wrote to fix the DPI issue in C#. And we multiplied the crop X and Y and the width and height by that amount. If we can figure out the DPI from down here, from the image down here, do we get a DPI option on it? Let's ask the world. This is like, all right, let's go into JavaScript. Same one, right? Okay, so I'm not going to solve. It looks like I'm not. It's going to be hard to get what I need. down here, which means we have to solve it before we send the data. That's what we have to do. Oh man, but then we gotta, I think we're gonna have to store the image DPI, because then we don't have to get it every time. Let's take a look at what we can do in C#. Yeah, I'm feeling like I'm going to add these because I can definitely get the DPI here. That's what I think I'm going to do. So let me kill the app that's running. Let's add these as parameters. Let's just do that for now. Actually, let's not pass this in. I'm just going to take these 2 lines of code and I'm going to put it inside it. So now I'm going to do this kind of thing. So I'm going to say, hey, look, if that's not null, then we're going to go in, figure out the DPI factors are, and I think I'm just going to save them into the crop info. So then I'm going to say, and here's the thing, I've never seen the DPIs ever be different. They're going to be the same. Both of these are always the same. So, and then I guess I'm just going to say, hey, look, if this factor X is equal to factor Y, interesting. Yeah, Smoofy's says, yeah, that's kind of what I was looking like we were going to get to. And I was like, what? It's so easy to do this in C# with WPF, and we need it. So we'll figure it out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, if they're equal, then I'm going to say, I'll just add this DPI factor here is equal, and I'll set it to 1 of the 2. That's what I'm going to do. So crop info all right, next. Are we going to store it though? I need to store the DPI factor. Shoot. Okay, hold on. So this is going to store it. Ugh. And then down here, we're going to say it's going to be the fourth parameter. Okay, so that's we've just taken care of storage. We'll have to like jiggle the crop box a little bit to get it to store it out. The DPI factor is now stored. I want to keep going and looking through where I'm referencing X here. So for this is the in-game creature. This is the crop X. I'm only using, there's no references to these anywhere. I can do the math on it here, and I think it'll work. So I'm going to say this times DPI factor. I think it's a multiplication that I need to add to each of these. There and there. And I think that's all I'm going to need to do. Whoops. Here. I think that's all I need to do. We'll still send over only the crop width, the crop Y, etc. I think it's this code down here is going to work once I do that. Just cross your fingers. Hope we're right. Let me just in case, I'm going to refresh the back overlay again. Initialize player data. If we get this working, we'll call it a show. We'll be like, we did it. Here it is. Okay, so we're up here. Test in-game creatures. Oh, wait. So now it's not going to work. This way, I think we're going to have the problem. But I think in a second, it might. No images at all? Introduce a bug? Oh, I did. That's not good. Try again. Kierman, do you want a lunch date today? Did you eat lunch already? You want to eat lunch? Are you hungry? Okay, let's have a lunch date. All right, sending the creatures over. 1, 2, 3. Nothing still. I don't see what I did wrong. All right, let's go bring it in the browser and see what we got in the browser. Refresh. And send the data. No, I haven't refactored it yet, baby. Let's see. Is it not a number issue? Is that my problem? Got some font heights I'm sending out. Any errors? No errors? What a break. All right, let's get rid of the number font height. Get rid of that. Yeah, I hadn't done that yet, Coding Gorilla. I was thinking I'd still at least get some base piece in here. Oh, it's the DPI factor is not initialized to 1. That's my problem. It's sending 0 off to everything. Let's go initialize that to 1. That's my problem. That's it. Again, Coding Gorilla with the save. Okay. Don't think I need to do anything. I just need to come in, test in-game creature. I'm expecting to still see the third one incorrect. Did it work now? What do we got? There we go. So now we're back to our where we were before. Third one is incorrect. But now let's go and load the data up. Actually, I don't think we need to. I think reload monsters. I can just do this. And let's go get that third one, which is the gold dragon. What was it? Gold dragon wormling. There. And now the idea is if I do this, it's going to change and recalculate the factor, I think. Or maybe just selecting it is all I have to do. But the moving is what's going to store it and save it. And if that is the case, that means now that if I send the data again, is that true? Yeah, I got to send the data again. So come over here, send the data, click, 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 okay. Nothing, it's not fixing it. Boy, I was feeling that was going to be it. Let's set some breakpoints up here and see what we got. I'll just set a breakpoint there. Send the data again. It's my DPI factor. Still 1. That shouldn't be 1. Wait, this could be though from which creature are we in? This is Mark. Yeah, that's the one. That should not be 1. DPI factor should be something different. All right, let's set a breakpoint in here. See what's going on. Okay. Its DPIX is 96. Doesn't feel right to me. Oh, right. That was my problem. Coding Gorilla, you were so promoted today. All right, what is it? The giant hyena? That's my problem. Your salary is doubled, says Karen. Okay, here we go. I should set a breakpoint back in here and see what that is. Go back, click on the hyena. Now it's my DPI factor. Still 1. 0 times 2 is equal to 0. Yeah, there's no 0 in here anymore. DPI factor is 1 and 1. I don't get that. Oh wait, now all of a sudden we switch to 300. Well, I'll take that. Now the DPI factor is times 3. All right, let's see if that's working now. So just like a little move here. What's going to happen? Sending the data over. 1, 2, 3. Now we've got it times a 1, times 1, times 1. That was really disheartening. I saw this go to a 3. Let's figure out what's going on here. Monsters. Definitely 300 right there. It's got the old DPI. I wonder if this is a loaded issue. So it's loading and waiting for this new piece to come in. That's why DPI still shows 96. No, they're the same. They're the same. I think the problem is here. it's is there an event on this? Download completed? Let's just try this. Running, running, running. Let's click away. I don't care about these numbers. Oh, look, it's got the old DPI factor in it, but is that? Yeah, this is 72. It's a completely different one. All right, now I'm going to click on Hyena. Do I ever get that other breakpoint on image downloaded? I don't. Red Cyber Girl is now following. Thanks for the follow, Red Cyber Girl. Trying to figure this out. The DPI for the image. Let's go look at where we're changing the title. Come on, title equals, there's where we're setting it. Selection changed. All right, let's stop it here and see if we can at least get, when we hit the selection, we check it there, if we get the value we're expecting. Here, run, run, I don't care, run. And now here. $300 and $300. That's what I'm expecting it to be. One more time. Go to Lizard. It's going to be 72.72. Hyena. I wanted to clear these breakpoints because I think these are maybe making it harder to see that. I don't even want to change the breakpoint to after the title's been set. Okay, so 72, 72. Now click here. This title's 300. So here it's updated it. Download completed never gets called apparently, at least not for the, it's only on the first time it's completed. So I guess I'm going to delete that. Well, let me delete this later. Now I have to do it later. Okay. Do we have this setting this anywhere else? Or do we have a clone? Is the problem in a clone? Image crop. Yeah. Tabbing through all the X's in here. I want to see if there's some sort of clone in here. It looks like there's not. Yeah, so there's no cloning to worry about. Trying to figure out why that DPI factor is being reset to 1. Okay, now it looks like I'm not even tabbing to find. The assignments. There's no assignments to it anymore. Did we lose the assignment? Oh, because I cut it to the clipboard and haven't pasted it. I think that's my problem. Back over here. It's on the clipboard. Okay. So let's come in here now. See what we got. There we go. Let's see if this works. Okay. It's 1 across the board for all of these. What's going on? How is the crop info changing? This monster, we're getting this. It could be. This is in-game creature we're sending is a different monster instance than the one we're editing on that other page. I'm almost feeling like a restart or reload of everything could potentially save this. Let's take a look at the data here. Charles Sig 75 is following. Thanks for that follow. Monsters. I want to go out to the gold, or the giant hyena, rather. Giant hyena, there. Yikes, though, that's not the data I want to see. I don't want to see a 1 there. Well, I have an idea. I think it might be, I saw somewhere here where we were signing a new one in. This one should work on the load. That should work there. Is there any other assignments? This one. Update crop info from UI. And I think what I want to do is I want to pass in DPI factor, set it equal to this crop info's DPI factor. I think that might be one of the pieces that could get this to work while we're actually running it here. So one more time over here, it's my DPI factor, it's 1. Let's click away and come back. Let's come back, give me a 3 here. No. It's still not a 3. What's the breakpoint here? When did we get there? Now we're getting there? Okay, so the monster crop into DPI factor is now a 3. But is it just not saving? When's our save come out here? When are we doing the save? We're not, well, hold on. Something's happening here to one of the settings in Visual Studio is happening I don't like. Current block? No. It used to be able to start my search from where I was. If I say Control F and I start typing in save, it would just look from, I thought it would look from where I am, but now it seems like it's going from the start down. Regex turned on. Yeah, I don't think that should make a difference on where it starts the search. Like if I'm here and I say search for save, see it's jumping up to the front. Is it because it doesn't exist anywhere else? Maybe is that my problem? Try again. Save. Yeah, no, maybe that was. Maybe the problem is more in my mind. Okay. I'm like determined to find this. So I type in save right now. Google Sheets save changes. There's where we're saving that out. Update crop info. Now we got the DPI factors right. Okay. Jean Valjean is raiding with a party of 3. Thank you, Jean Valjean. You know what we do in a raid, kids? We do this. That's right. That's what we do. Thank you so much, kids. Get some action music playing here. DPI factors 3 here. We are working on getting trying to get these images, the third image there, to draw correctly. It's not drawing correctly because it's not a 96 DPI image. So I'm just stepping through the code here, trying to trigger a save. There's my save. What's my crop string? It does have the final version that's correct there. That's good. Okay. So now if I send it over, would that do it? I'm trying to get this last one to work, and I'm not sure if the math is right or not. I'm not even sure if it's sending over. Got a DPI factor of 1. 1. This should be a 3. Oh, it's not. What are the objects? We got to find it. Let's go to the call stack, see where the objects are here. To list on the creatures. The in-game creatures were cloned. I think we're onto a clue here. Let's run it. Let's reinitialize the data, or initialize it here from it. This is going to reload the monsters if it's working the way I think it should be working. It should reload the monsters, reload that factor, that DPI factor. And let's go get the giant hyena. There's the DPI factor. So it's good. Now I want to see if we do the test here now. Grab the creatures I want to send. I'm going to send Pudding, Rory, and Mark over. I want to see a 3 here on one of these passes. This one should be 3. Yes! Okay, now we have a shot of this. There it is! So we needed a reload is what we needed. So the code was generally good. We needed a reload. Now we're seeing that there. That's cool. So just to kind of review, I should be able to now come in and say, well, maybe I don't want to use that as my headshot. Maybe I want to use this as my headshot right there. We're saving the changes out. Hold on, let me just run it. Is this going to work now or not? Are we still using the old in-game creatures that are cloned? We might be using the old ones. Let's do the test and send them over again. Pudding, Rory, and Mark. We're going to just run it. It did not update it. So that means I probably need to reinitialize player data, then do a test. Let's see if that works. And if that works, then I'm like, okay, we see what we need to initialize. Here comes the test. Send over Pudding, Rory, and Mark. Go. That's it. So I got reload monsters here. That might be the solution. So let's come in here. Move here. That does the save. Hit reload monsters. Come over here, test in-game creatures, and now we should see it switch to the new It didn't. Oh, because the in-game creatures we need to reload. Hold on. I can do that though on the test in-game creatures button. Let's go do that. Test in-game creatures right here. I want to reset them. So when I do this, I'm going to refresh them so we can create them all over again. All in-game creatures dot invalidate. This might fix it. And run. Select Rory, Pudding, and Mark. Do we see the update? That's it. Okay. Better. So to review, let's look at, let's do this. Let's create a new in-game creature. So we can kind of see what's going on here. In-game creatures. Let's create a new one out here. We're going to call this one Smoofy. It's our test creature. And we'll create another one called Coding Gorilla. Because, you know, these kids are like super helpful. We'll give them some unique indexes here. We'll make this one 3, 4, and 5. Smoofy, you guys want to tell me what your monster character, your favorite monster you guys want to be? Well, Coding Gorilla, probably a giant ape. Probably wouldn't mind that. Smoofy. Let's pick a monster for you. What do you think? Coding Gorilla says clearly on that. What are we going to do for Smoofy? I don't know. Let's play with a hippogriff. Just grab that one right there. So where's my in-game creatures? There we go. So there we go. Smoofy's going to be a hippogriff. So now we're going to come back in. I'm going to do... I think all I need to do, since it's going to reload all of those guys and create them, all I need to do is go in here to my giant ape. Pick that. Look at that serious look. So we'll crop it in here like this, really tight. That's our giant ape. Smoofy's a hypocrite? Sure, any will do. So we got the giant ape there. The hippogriff is... Where's the hippogriff? Right there. Okay, we're going to get in close there, as close as we can. That's it right there, based on the image density. So we're going to do that picture there for the hippogriff. Now we're going to go to test, say test in-game creatures. And now, yeah, you can fly. Isn't that cool? And we're just going to select all of these. Click OK. And look at that. Uh-oh, Coding Gorilla. Everything worked but Coding Gorilla. What's wrong with Coding Gorilla? Giant ape. Its image density is 150. It's grabbing its ear, I think, in the upper left and part of its eye. It's like the calculation is wrong. I don't even get that. I do not get that. Come back over here. Test. Just do it again. Just send over Coding Gorilla only. That time it worked. Did it just... Was it just like I needed to tweak it or push it a little bit? I don't know. Let's get in tight again. But let's go wide, really wide. There's what we're looking at. So that's what we're expecting to see there. That image right there to the right. Go back over to test in-game creatures. Send over Coding Gorilla. Okay, not bad. The scaling is not great though. Notice the difference between that. The scaling of the image is not great. And look at this. So we're using the right there. Look at how smooth that one is. So this is WPF and it's using the FANT, F-A-N-T, anti-aliasing. And I don't know if we have smoothing in draw image. I didn't see any additional parameters. Oh wait, anti-aliasing mode may be something on context. I bet that's it. Let's see if it is. Let's look at that real quickly, see if we can get that higher quality. TypeScript, actually like JS Canvas, draw image, anti-aliasing. Just give me the answer. is that really? Oh, I don't like that. 167 people like that? Something wrong here. Looks like it's not working. Is this image not found? Okay, that's part of the problem. Let's go get that giant ape. Get the image URL. Let's put it into the fiddle. Where's my run? There it is right there. Okay. Sister image applies anti-aliasing automatically. I'll tell you what I'm thinking about doing. I am thinking about taking this image that we're creating right there and saving it out into its own file. And then grabbing that image instead of this one up there. That's what I'm thinking about doing. That's what I'm thinking. There's image smoothing and filter properties on it. Oh, let's see what those are. That's what I was expecting. JS canvas image smoothing. True default. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to. I think we're going to have to save our own images out to get if we want to get it looking that good. It's not bad. Like for the purposes of the gameplay, it's not bad. But generally, we take things to the next level, and so in terms of looks of things, so that's kind of what I want to do. All right, so we're going to do that. Grab that right there, and let's send over the data one more time. Yeah, that's not bad. Let's bring up the regular scroll. It's totally not bad. She's back.
Sex button is in the house.
Wow, kids. Wow, 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 wow. What? All right, kids, it's time to end the show. Let me go out, get you, see who's out there in the God Rushed Stream Manager. Let's go get out there. On a date with someone else? I don't think so. It's weird. Access denied. I'm totally owner of this page and signed in. Second time did it. Okay, let's go raid. Have a good afternoon, you two, and a good weekend. Thanks, Smoofy. Enjoy your weekend. You guys enjoy your weekend too. A little bit of a long show today. I was a huge fan of Oh Bother. I'm sending you in again, kids. We're going to do that over there. It's good to be with you guys on a Friday for our 300th show. We got through it. We wrote some code. It's not too bad. It's right up there. And we will see you on Tuesday.